Hey guys, tonight we begin a journey through one of history's most fascinating phenomena, a story of ambition, desperation, and the collision of two worlds. Picture this. It's 1895, and a beautiful 18-year-old American girl is sobbing in her bedroom while her mother locks the door from the outside. Tomorrow she'll marry a man she's never loved, a duke she barely knows. Her crime: being born into one of the richest families in America. Her punishment? Becoming a duchess. This is the world of the dollar princesses, where American fortunes bought European titles, where love was a luxury no one could afford, and where the stage was set for every royal scandal that would follow, from Wallis Simpson to Meghan Markle. Now, before we dive deep into this extraordinary tale, I need a small favour from you. If you're already feeling intrigued, and I hope you are, could you hit that subscribe button and give this video a like? But here's the thing, only do it if you genuinely enjoy what we're exploring together. I want your support to be real, just like the stories I'm sharing with you. Oh, and I'm curious. Where are you watching this from? Your bedroom? Your living room? Maybe you're halfway across the world? Drop a comment and let me know what time it is where you are. I love knowing that we're connected through these stories, no matter the distance. Alright, dim those lights, get comfortable, maybe let a fan hum softly in the background, and let's step back in time together. So, let's set the scene. It's the 1870s, and America is experiencing something unprecedented: the Gilded Age. Now, if you've heard that term before, you might think of fancy parties and elaborate mansions, and you'd be right. But here's what most people don't realize. Gilded doesn't mean golden. Mark Twain coined that phrase very deliberately. Gilded means covered in a thin layer of gold, beautiful on the surface, but underneath, often something far less precious. And that's exactly what was happening in America. The Industrial Revolution had created a new class of mega-rich Americans: the Vanderbilts, the Astors, the Goulds. We're talking about wealth on a scale that's hard to comprehend even today. Cornelius Vanderbilt, the railroad magnate, died in 1877, leaving behind a fortune worth about $185 billion in today's money. Let that sink in for a moment. That's more than most tech billionaires have now. These families had money that could reshape entire cities, fund wars, or build monuments that would last centuries. But here's the problem they faced, and it's almost funny when you think about it. America didn't have an aristocracy. You could be the richest person in New York, but you couldn't be a duke or a duchess. You couldn't trace your lineage back to William the Conqueror. You couldn't hang portraits of your noble ancestors in your mansion because, well, your ancestors were probably merchants, farmers, or entrepreneurs. Respectable, certainly, but not royal. And this drove the American elite absolutely crazy. Alva Vanderbilt, one of the most ambitious social climbers of the era, once said something that perfectly captures this frustration. "I know of no profession, art, or trade that women are working in today as taxing on mental resources as being a leader of society." She wasn't joking. For these women, social position was everything. It was their career, their identity, their entire purpose. And the ultimate achievement: European nobility. Now let's hop across the Atlantic for a moment. Because while American millionaires had a problem, British aristocrats had an even bigger one. They were broke. And I don't mean temporarily short on cash. I mean genuinely, desperately, catastrophically broke. See, the British aristocracy's wealth was all tied up in land. For centuries that has been enough. You owned estates, collected rent from tenant farmers, and lived comfortably off the income. But by the 1870s and 1880s, everything was falling apart. Agricultural depression hit Britain hard. Cheap grain from America and Russia flooded the market. Estate incomes plummeted. According to historian Gail McColl, who literally wrote the book on this subject, To Marry an English Lord, About 1/3 of British aristocratic estates were facing serious financial difficulties by 1880. And here's the kicker. These grand estates were insanely expensive to maintain. We're talking about places like Blenheim Palace, which had 187 rooms and required a staff of at least 50 people just to function. The Duke of Marlborough's palace alone cost thousands of pounds a year in upkeep. Imagine trying to maintain a property the size of a small town when your income keeps dropping. It's like owning a luxury yacht but only having the budget for a rowboat. So you have these two groups, Americans with unlimited money but no social prestige, and British aristocrats with prestigious titles but empty bank accounts. Can you see where this is going? It's almost inevitable, isn't it? The solution was marriage, international marriage, or as newspapers of the time less charitably called it, trading American cash for English coronets, and trade they did. Between 1870 and 1914, over 100 American heiresses married into European nobility. The most detailed research on this comes from historian Maureen Montgomery, who documented how these marriages transferred approximately $220 million. That's about $9 billion in today's money, from American families to European aristocracy. Think about that. $9 billion. That's more than some countries' GDP. But let's focus on one story that really brings this whole era to life. Consuelo Vanderbilt. Because her story isn't just about money and titles, it's about what happened to a real human being caught in this transatlantic transaction. Consuelo was born in 1877 to William Kissam Vanderbilt and Alva Vanderbilt. From the moment she took her first breath, her mother had plans for her. Not hopes, plans. Alva Vanderbilt was perhaps the most ambitious social climber in American history. She'd already forced her way into New York's most exclusive social circles through sheer determination and strategic party throwing. But marrying her daughter to European nobility, that would be her masterpiece. Now, Consuelo was, by all accounts, a beautiful young woman. Tall, elegant, with dark hair and striking features. But more importantly, she was sweet-natured, kind, and dutiful. In other words, exactly the type of person who could be moulded into whatever her mother wanted. And what Alva wanted was a duchess. Here's where the story gets heartbreaking. Consuelo fell in love. His name was Winthrop Rutherford, and he was handsome, charming, and crucially American. They met at a party, and for the first time in her carefully controlled life, Consuelo felt genuine joy. She was 18 years old and experiencing first love. Can you imagine how that must have felt? But Winthrop had one fatal flaw in Alva's eyes. He wasn't titled. He was from a good family, certainly wealthy enough, but he couldn't make Consuelo a duchess. And for Alva, that was unacceptable. What happened next is documented in Consuelo's own autobiography, The Glitter and the Gold, published in 1952. I want you to really hear this because it's genuinely shocking. When Alva discovered her daughter's feelings for Winthrop, she didn't just forbid the relationship. She launched a campaign of psychological warfare that would be considered abusive by any standard, then or now. Alva told Consuelo that if she didn't marry the Duke of Marlborough, a man Alva had already selected, her father would die. Literally die. She claimed William's heart condition would kill him from the stress and shame of Consuelo's disobedience. She locked Consuelo in her room. She monitored every letter, every conversation. She made Consuelo's life a living hell until the young woman broke completely. Consuelo wrote about her wedding day, and these words still haunt me. I spent the morning of my wedding day in tears and alone. At midday, I was married to a man I did not love. In my 25 years of married life, I never felt happy or content. 25 years. Think about that. A quarter century of unhappiness. decided in one moment of coercion when she was just 18 years old. The Duke of Marlborough, Charles Spencer Churchill, wasn't exactly thrilled either. He needed money to save Blenheim Palace, about $2.5 million to be exact, which Alva provided. But he was in love with someone else too, a woman named Gladys Deacon. So here you have two people, neither of whom wants this marriage, both trapped by family pressure and financial necessity. Their wedding in 1895 was called the Wedding of the Century by the press. 6,000 people crowded outside St. Thomas Church in New York City. Inside, everything was perfect. Flowers, music, society's elite. But the bride cried through the entire ceremony. The newspapers reported it, but they framed it as tears of joy. No one wanted to acknowledge the truth. This wasn't a fairy tale. It was a business transaction dressed up in white lace and orange blossoms. Now, you might be wondering, was Consuelo's experience typical, or was she just particularly unlucky? The answer is complicated. Some dollar princesses did find happiness. Jenny Jerome, who married Lord Randolph Churchill and became Winston Churchill's mother, seemed to have a reasonably content marriage, at least at first. Mary Leiter, who married Lord Curzon and became Vicereine of India, threw herself into her role with enthusiasm. But the statistics paint a grim picture. According to research by historian Erich Homburger, about 60% of these international marriages ended in divorce or separation, a staggering number for an era when divorce was scandalous and socially devastating. Why such a high failure rate? Well, imagine the culture clash. American women were raised with ideas about independence, self-expression, and democracy. They married into a world of rigid hierarchy, formal protocol, and ancient traditions. American heiresses expected to be treated as equals by their husbands. British aristocrats expected their wives to be decorative and deferential. One American duchess complained that she was expected to walk 3 steps behind her husband at all times, never speak unless spoken to first, and certainly never express an opinion about politics or estate management, even though her money was paying for everything. Can you imagine? You're funding the entire operation, but you're not allowed to have a voice in how it's run. And the British families often treated their American daughters-in-law with barely disguised contempt. They called them buccaneers, essentially pirates coming to raid the aristocracy. One British duchess supposedly said, "They have lovely teeth and beautiful voices and little else to recommend them." The prejudice was real, and it was ugly. But here's what makes this whole story so relevant to everything we're going to explore in this series. These marriages set a pattern that we'll see repeated again and again. The pattern goes like this. American woman with ambition and confidence enters a rigid, traditional institution. Initial fascination and welcome. Growing tension as cultural differences emerge. Eventual breakdown when the American refuses to simply conform and disappear into the role. And finally, a very public, very messy separation that damages everyone involved. Sound familiar? We'll see this exact pattern with Wallis Simpson. We'll see it with Meghan Markle. The details change, the century changes, the specific circumstances change, but the fundamental dynamic remains remarkably similar. Consuelo's story does have something of a happy ending, though it took decades. She and the Duke finally separated in 1906 and divorced in 1921. She remarried, this time for love, to a French aviator and politician named Jacques Balsan. She spent her later years doing philanthropic work and finally seemed to find some peace. In her autobiography, she reflected on her years as a duchess with what I think is remarkable grace. She wrote, "I do not regret my years at Blenheim, for I learned much and gave much. But I learned that a title and a palace cannot make you happy if your heart is not free." A year before we move forward to meet the woman who had become perhaps the most controversial dollar princess of all, Wallis Simpson, I want you to think about something. These women, these original dollar princesses, they were pioneers in a weird way. They crossed an ocean, entered a completely foreign culture, and tried to navigate a world where they were simultaneously valued for their money and despised for their origins. They were expected to be perfect, to bring American vitality and wealth while somehow also embodying centuries of British tradition. It was an impossible task, and yet dozens of women attempted it. Some succeeded in finding happiness, many didn't. But all of them paved the way for the women we'll discuss in the coming parts of this series. Because here's the thing, the dollar princess phenomenon didn't end with the Gilded Age. It evolved, it got more complicated, and in 1936 it would explode in a constitutional crisis that shook the British Empire to its core. A twice-divorced American woman would bring a king to his knees and change the course of history. Her name was Wallis Simpson, and her story makes Consuelo Vanderbilt's tale look simple by comparison. But that's a story for the next part of our journey. For now, I want you to sit with this question. If you had been Consuelo, standing in that bedroom with your mother on the other side of a locked door, knowing that tomorrow you'd marry a man you didn't love to become a duchess, what would you have done? Would you have fought back? Would you have found a way to escape? Or would you, like Consuelo, have done your duty and hoped for the best? Drop your thoughts in the comments. I'm genuinely curious what you think. And when you're ready, when you've let this story settle in your mind, join me for part 2. Because we're about to meet the woman who refused to do her duty, who chose love over everything else, and who paid a price that still echoes today. The woman who proved that sometimes the crown isn't worth the cost. Wallis Simpson is waiting for us. And trust me, her story will change the way you see everything that comes after. I'll see you there. Welcome back. So, we've just witnessed how the original dollar princesses traded American fortunes for European titles, how young women like Consuelo Vanderbilt were essentially sold into marriages they never wanted. But those women, despite their unhappiness, played by the rules. They did their duty. They wore their tiaras and smiled for the cameras, even when their hearts were breaking. But in 1936, everything changed, because one American woman decided she wasn't going to play by anyone's rules. Her name was Wallis Simpson, and she didn't just marry into royalty, she nearly destroyed it. The question that historians still debate today is simple but profound. Was she a woman driven by genuine love, or was she the most calculating social climber in modern history? By the end of this part, I think you'll have your own answer, and honestly, it might surprise you. Let's start with where most people get the story wrong. When you hear Wallis Simpson, you probably picture some glamorous femme fatale who seduced a king. But here's the truth. Wallis Warfield was born in 1896 in Baltimore, Maryland, and her early life was anything but glamorous. In fact, it was kind of tragic. Her father, Teakle Wallis Warfield, died of tuberculosis when she was just 5 months old. Her mother, Alice, was left nearly penniless. According to biographer Anne Seber, who wrote That Woman, The Life of Wallis Simpson, Duchess of Windsor, the young Wallis and her mother often relied on the charity of wealthier relatives just to survive. Can you imagine that? Growing up knowing you're the poor relation, always dependent on others' generosity, always aware that you're not quite good enough. This childhood shaped everything about Wallis. She learned early that survival meant being charming, being witty, being indispensable to people with power, and she got very, very good at it. She wasn't conventionally beautiful. Even she admitted that. She once said, "I'm nothing to look at, so the only thing I can do is dress better than anyone else." And dress she did. But more than that, she developed something more powerful than beauty. She learned how to make powerful men feel like they were the most fascinating person in the room. That's a skill, by the way. A cultivated, deliberate skill. Now here's where her story gets complicated early on. Wallis married for the first time in 1916 to a US Navy pilot named Earl Winfield Spencer Jr. It was a disaster. Spencer was an alcoholic who became abusive. They separated in 1921, though the divorce wasn't finalized until 1927. Already, by her early 30s, Wallis had failed at the one thing women of her era were supposed to succeed at: marriage. Her second marriage in 1928 was to Ernest Simpson, a British-American shipping executive. This is important. Ernest was British. He moved in British social circles in London, and it was through Ernest that Wallis entered the world that would change her life forever. The inner circle of the Prince of Wales. Edward, Prince of Wales, the man who would briefly become King Edward VIII, was the most eligible bachelor in the world. Seriously, think about it. He was handsome, charming, the heir to the British throne and the entire British Empire. Women around the world dreamed about him. He could have married anyone, any princess, any aristocrat, any heiress from any country. And he became obsessed with Wallis Simpson, a twice-divorced American woman from Baltimore. Their meeting happened in 1931 at a house party. According to historian Philip Ziegler, who wrote King Edward VIII, the official biography, the prince was immediately captivated by Wallis's directness. She didn't simper or flatter him the way most people did. She teased him. She challenged him. She treated him like a regular person, which probably no one had done in his entire life. But here's where we need to pause and really think about what was happening. Was this love at first sight? Or did Wallis recognize an opportunity when she saw one? The truth is probably somewhere in between, and that's what makes this story so fascinating. There's a famous story, and it's well documented in multiple biographies, about one of their early encounters. Edward was talking about something, probably expecting everyone to agree with him the way people always did. And Wallis interrupted him and said, "Sir, I think you're quite wrong about that." The room went silent. You didn't contradict the Prince of Wales. But Edward? He laughed. He was delighted. For the first time in his life, someone was being real with him. The affair became serious remarkably quickly. By 1934, Wallis was essentially the prince's unofficial companion. They were seen everywhere together. And British high society was horrified. Not just because she was American. Remember, American heiresses had been marrying into aristocracy for decades. Not just because she was divorced. That was scandalous, but not unprecedented. No, what made Wallis truly unacceptable was that she was twice divorced, and both of her ex-husbands were still alive. In the Church of England, which the king would head, this was absolutely, completely, utterly unacceptable. The king couldn't marry a woman who had two living ex-husbands. It went against every religious and moral principle the monarchy represented. But Edward didn't care, or maybe he didn't understand, or maybe, and this is what I suspect, he was so isolated by his royal upbringing that he genuinely believed he could change the rules for himself. In January 1936, King George V died, and Edward became King Edward VIII. He was 41 years old. Wallis was still married to Ernest Simpson, though they were in the process of divorcing, and Edward made it immediately clear. He intended to marry Wallis, no matter what anyone said. Now let me paint you a picture of what was happening behind the scenes, because this is where the story gets really intense. The British government, led by Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin, was panicking. The Archbishop of Canterbury was horrified. The royal family was in crisis mode. And Wallis? Wallis was caught in the middle of a constitutional nightmare. Here's something most people don't know. According to letters and documents that have since been released, Wallis actually tried to back out multiple times. In a letter to Edward, she wrote, "You and I can never be happy in the true sense of the word. I want you to be happy. I feel sure that I can't make you so." Does that sound like a calculating social climber? Or does it sound like a woman who understood the impossible position she was in? But Edward wouldn't let her go. He was obsessed. And here's where it gets really complicated, because historians have debated for decades. Did Edward genuinely love Wallis? Or was she just an excuse for a man who never wanted to be king in the first place? Edward, by all accounts, hated the restrictions of royal life. He found the ceremonial duties boring. He chafed against protocol. He wanted to modernize the monarchy, but no one would let him. Some historians, including Frances Donaldson in her book Edward VIII, argue that Wallis became his perfect excuse to escape a role he never wanted. If he had to give up the throne for love, well, that was tragic and romantic. But if he just abdicated because he didn't want the job, that would be cowardly. I don't know which version is true. Maybe Edward himself didn't know. But what happened next is historical fact, and it's absolutely wild. By November 1936, the crisis had reached its peak. The government made its position clear. Edward could be king, or he could marry Wallis, but he couldn't do both. They suggested a morganatic marriage, where Wallis would be his wife but not queen. Edward presented this compromise. The government rejected it. So did the governments of every Commonwealth nation. Canada, Australia, South Africa. All of them said no. On December 10th, 1936, less than a year after becoming king, Edward signed the instrument of abdication. The next day he gave a radio address that was heard by millions of people around the world. His words became instantly famous. "I have found it impossible to carry the heavy burden of responsibility and to discharge my duties as king as I would wish to do without the help and support of the woman I love." Romantic, right? Except, here's what he didn't say. He didn't mention that Wallis's divorce from Ernest wouldn't be final for several more months. He didn't mention that Wallis herself had apparently begged him not to abdicate. He didn't mention that his decision plunged the British monarchy into its worst crisis since the English Civil War. Edward's younger brother, who had never expected or wanted to be king, had to step up. He became King George VI. Yes, the same King George from the movie The King's Speech, the one with the terrible stutter who had to overcome his speech impediment to lead Britain through World War II. Can you imagine? Your older brother gives up the throne for his girlfriend, and suddenly you're responsible for an entire empire during the most dangerous period in modern history. The royal family never forgave Edward. More importantly, they never forgave Wallis. Edward and Wallis married in June 1937 at a chateau in France. No member of the royal family attended. The Church of England refused to bless the marriage. And here's the really petty part, and it shows just how deeply the establishment hated Wallis. They gave Edward the title Duke of Windsor, but they specifically decreed that Wallis could not be called Her Royal Highness. She would be Duchess of Windsor, but without the HRH title that every other member of the royal family enjoyed. This might seem like a small thing, but it devastated Wallis. For the rest of her life she was bitter about this slight. And Edward? He spent decades lobbying to have his wife properly recognised. He never succeeded. So now we have this couple, the former King of England and his twice-divorced American wife, and they're essentially exiles. They can't live in Britain. The royal family wants nothing to do with them, and they have to figure out what to do with the rest of their lives. What they did was, well, it was pretty terrible actually. And this is where whatever sympathy you might have for them starts to evaporate. In 1937, Just months after their wedding, the Duke and Duchess of Windsor visited Nazi Germany. They met Hitler. There are photographs of Wallis smiling as Hitler kisses her hand. Edward gave a Nazi salute. Now, this was before World War II started, and lots of people were still trying to appease Hitler, but still, this was jaw-droppingly bad judgment. And it got worse. Declassified documents, these came out decades later, reveal that the Nazis considered Edward to be sympathetic to their cause. According to papers released by the British government in 1996 and analysed by historian Michael Blogg, there were actual Nazi plans to reinstall Edward as a puppet king if Germany successfully invaded Britain. Edward apparently knew about these discussions and didn't immediately shut them down. Now, I want to be fair. There's debate about how serious Edward's Nazi sympathies really were. Some historians think he was just naive and foolish. Others think he was genuinely supportive. But either way, it's not a good look for a former King of England. During World War II, the British government was so worried about Edward's loyalty and his wife's potential influence that they essentially exiled him even further. They made him governor of the Bahamas, basically the British equivalent of saying, "Please go sit in a corner on the other side of the world and don't embarrass us further." And Wallis, by all accounts, she hated it. The Bahamas were too hot, too isolated, too boring. She complained constantly. They entertained lavishly, but she made it clear this was beneath her. Meanwhile, London was being bombed, British people were dying, and the former king and his wife were throwing cocktail parties in paradise. The optics were not great. After the war, they lived in France in a house provided by wealthy friends. And here's where the story becomes almost sad. They spent the next 3 decades living this strange, hollow existence. They were celebrities, sort of. They were photographed at parties and social events. But they had no real purpose, no real role. Edward, who'd been raised to be king, ended up being famous for what? Giving up the throne for love? That's a story that works for one dramatic moment, but it doesn't give you a meaningful life. Wallis continued to be stylish and sharp-tongued, but as she aged, the bitterness showed through more and more. In the 1950s, she famously said, "You have no idea how hard it is to live out a great romance." And you know what? I actually believe her. Because however this whole thing started, whether it was love or ambition or both, the reality of their life together was disappointment and isolation. Friends of the couple reported that their relationship deteriorated over the years. Edward became increasingly dependent on Wallis, almost pathetically so. She grew frustrated with his neediness. They drank too much. They argued. They were trapped together in a life neither of them had really imagined. Edward died in 1972. Wallis lived another 14 years, increasingly frail and suffering from dementia. She became a recluse, cared for by nurses, isolated in her Paris home. The woman who had captivated a king died alone in 1986, at the age of 89. So, let's come back to our original question. Was Wallis Simpson driven by love or ambition? Here's what I think, and I want you to consider this carefully. I think she was ambitious. Absolutely. She saw an opportunity when she met Edward, and she pursued it. But I also think she genuinely didn't expect or want him to abdicate. According to multiple sources, including biographer Anne Seber's extensive research, Wallis was horrified when she realised Edward was actually going to give up the throne. She knew, better than he did, that being the woman who cost England its king would make her the most hated woman in the world. And she was right. For decades, Wallis Simpson was portrayed as a villain, a homewrecker, a calculating American who destroyed the monarchy. The British establishment blamed her for everything. Edward's family treated her with cold contempt. Even after his death, even after she became a frail old woman, they never softened toward her. But here's what I find most interesting. The patterns we're seeing with Wallis are the exact same patterns we saw with Consuelo Vanderbilt and the other dollar princesses. An American woman enters a rigid, traditional British institution. There's initial fascination, then growing tension as her American directness clashes with British formality. Then the institution closes ranks against her, and she becomes the scapegoat for everything that goes wrong. Wallis Simpson's great crime ultimately wasn't being divorced. It wasn't being American. It was being herself. Direct, ambitious, unwilling to pretend to be something she wasn't. And for that she paid a price that lasted her entire life. Now you might be thinking, okay, but that was 1936. Things are different now. Surely the monarchy has evolved. And in some ways it has. But in other ways, the fundamental dynamic hasn't changed nearly as much as you'd think. Because here's what's fascinating. In the decades after Wallis Simpson, the British monarchy became absolutely paranoid about American women. When Prince Charles started dating American actress Koo Stark in the 1980s, the relationship was shut down immediately. When it looked like Prince Andrew might marry an American, the palace intervened. The lesson of Wallis Simpson was clear. American women are dangerous. They don't understand how things work. They'll cause problems. And then, in 2016, Prince Harry started dating an American actress. Her name was Meghan Markle. And the palace thought, well, surely this time will be different. Surely we've learned from history. Spoiler alert, they had not learned from history at all. But before we get to Meghan's story, and trust me, we will in all its complicated detail, we need to understand one more crucial piece of the puzzle. Because between Wallis Simpson and Meghan Markle, there was another American woman who married into royalty. Except this one figured out the secret to making it work. Her name was Grace Kelly, and she went from Hollywood royalty to actual royalty in a way that seemed effortless, seemed being the key word. What was the difference between Grace Kelly and Wallis Simpson? Why did one become beloved while the other became despised? Was it just timing? Was it personality? Or was there something else, something darker, going on beneath that perfect fairy tale surface? Let's find out. Because Grace Kelly's story isn't what you think it is, and understanding what really happened to her is essential for understanding everything that came after. Stay with me, because we're about to discover that sometimes the happiest-looking fairy tales have the saddest endings. So here's the thing about fairy tales. They work beautifully in movies because movies end at the wedding. The prince kisses the princess, the credits roll, and we never have to see what happens during the boring Tuesday afternoon arguments about household expenses or the slow realization that you've married someone you barely know. Grace Kelly's story is the perfect example of this. The world saw the fairy tale wedding. What happened after? That's the story almost nobody tells. April 19th, 1956. Monaco. If you've ever seen the photographs and they're stunning, you know this was the wedding of the century. Actually, let me correct that. It was marketed as the wedding of the century, and that distinction matters more than you might think. Grace Patricia Kelly was 26 years old, at the absolute peak of her career, and she was marrying Prince Rainier III of Monaco in a ceremony that would be broadcast to over 30 million television viewers worldwide. To put that in perspective, in 1956, that was almost unprecedented. This wasn't just a wedding, it was a media event, a spectacle, a real-life fairy tale being performed for the entire world. But let's rewind for a moment, because understanding who Grace really was is crucial to understanding what happened to her. Grace Kelly was born in Philadelphia in 1929 to a wealthy Catholic family. Her father, John B. Kelly Sr., was a self-made millionaire who'd won 3 Olympic gold medals for rowing. He was tough, demanding, and according to Grace's biographer Donald Spoto, who wrote High Society: The Life of Grace Kelly, he never thought Grace was particularly special. He favoured her siblings. He thought acting was a frivolous career choice. Grace spent her entire childhood trying to win her father's approval and never quite succeeding. Sound familiar? That need for validation, that drive to prove yourself, it shaped everything about Grace. She became an actress not just because she loved performing, but because she wanted to be somebody her father would finally respect, and she succeeded. By her mid-20s, Grace Kelly was Hollywood royalty. She'd starred in High Noon, Rear Window, To Catch a Thief, and The Country Girl, for which she won the Academy Award for Best Actress at age 25. Alfred Hitchcock adored her. He called her his ideal leading lady. She had this quality on screen that was both cool and sensual, elegant and accessible. She was quite simply a star. She was also conducting a very active romantic life that the Hollywood publicity machine worked overtime to keep quiet. Grace had affairs with several of her leading men: Gary Cooper, Clark Gable, William Holden, Ray Milland. According to biographer J. Randy Taraborelli in Once Upon a Time, behind the fairy tale of Princess Grace and Prince Rainier, the studio was increasingly worried about her reputation. Remember, this was the 1950s. The public wanted their movie stars to be wholesome and pure, especially if they were beautiful blonde leading ladies. Enter Prince Rainier III of Monaco. And I want you to understand something crucial. This meeting wasn't a romantic accident. It was arranged. In 1955, Grace was at the Cannes Film Festival promoting To Catch a Thief, which had been filmed in Monaco. The French magazine Paris Match proposed a photo opportunity. The American movie star meets the bachelor prince. It would be great publicity for both of them. Grace's people thought it would be good for her image to be seen with royalty. Rainier's people thought it would be good for Monaco to be associated with Hollywood glamour, so they met. And here's where the story that everyone tells and the story that actually happened start to diverge dramatically. The official version goes like this. Grace and Rainier met at the palace, felt an instant connection, corresponded for months, fell deeply in love, and decided to marry. It's romantic. It's perfect. It's also largely manufactured. According to multiple sources, including interviews with people close to Grace conducted by biographer Robert Lacey, the reality was much more calculated. Rainier was 32 years old and under tremendous pressure to marry and produce an heir. Monaco's constitution had a clause that stated if Rainier died without legitimate heirs, Monaco would be absorbed into France. The prince needed a wife, preferably someone who would bring positive international attention to his tiny principality. Grace, meanwhile, was approaching 27, which in 1950s Hollywood was considered dangerously close to being too old for romantic lead roles. She'd also just had her heart broken. She'd fallen in love with fashion designer Oleg Cassini, but her parents disapproved because he was divorced and, in their view, beneath her. Grace was emotionally vulnerable and perhaps ready to leave Hollywood before Hollywood decided she was past her prime. The courtship was brief. They met in May 1955. By December, Rainier visited Grace in Philadelphia to meet her family. By January 1956, they were engaged. Think about that timeline. 6 months from first meeting to engagement, and they'd only spent a handful of days actually together in person. Grace's father, ever the businessman, negotiated the marriage like a corporate merger. According to documents that have since become public and analysed by historian John Glatt in The Prince and the Showgirl, the Kelly family had to provide a dowry of $2 million. $2 million! And this was in 1956 money. That's roughly $20 million in today's terms. Essentially, Grace came with the same kind of financial package as the original dollar princesses we discussed earlier, except this time the money was going to save a tiny principality from bankruptcy and absorption by France. Monaco needed Grace's star power and her family's money. Grace needed an exit from Hollywood that would be glamorous enough to satisfy her ego and her parents. It was a transaction. Not entirely without affection, perhaps, but a transaction nonetheless. The wedding itself was extraordinary. Grace wore a dress designed by MGM's costume department. Yes, her movie studio designed her wedding dress, because even her wedding was partially a publicity stunt for Hollywood. The ceremony was held at St. Nicholas Cathedral, and the guest list read like a who's who of international celebrities and royalty. Ava Gardner was there, Cary Grant, Aristotle Onassis, the Aga Khan, and the entire world watched. Little girls everywhere, including, by the way, a young girl named Diana Spencer growing up in England, saw this fairy tale and thought, "I want that. I want to be a princess." But here's what they didn't see. Here's what nobody talked about. Grace arrived in Monaco a week before the wedding for what was supposed to be a joyous celebration. Instead, according to her friend and confidant Judith Balaban-Quine, who wrote about this in her memoir, The Bridesmaids, Grace spent much of that week in tears. The reality of what she was doing, leaving her career, her country, her entire identity, was hitting her hard. There's a particularly heartbreaking anecdote from the wedding day itself. As Grace was getting ready, her sister Peggy found her crying and asked what was wrong. Grace said, "I'm marrying a man I barely know, giving up everything I've worked for, and I can't back out now because the whole world is watching." Her sister tried to comfort her, but what could she say? Grace was right. With 30 million people watching, with heads of state in attendance, with the entire future of Monaco hanging in the balance, she couldn't exactly change her mind. So she walked down that aisle, smiled for the cameras, and became Princess Grace of Monaco. And her acting career ended that day, completely. Rainier made it clear, princesses don't work, especially not in Hollywood, which he viewed as vulgar and beneath royal dignity. Now, let's talk about what Grace's life actually looked like after the fairy tale wedding. Monaco is tiny, less than 1 square mile. It's essentially a small town where everyone knows everyone and gossip spreads instantly. The palace was formal, stuffy, and run according to protocols that hadn't changed in centuries. Grace, who was used to the energy and creativity of Hollywood, suddenly found herself trapped in what was essentially a very pretty prison. She was expected to fulfill royal duties, attend state functions, host diplomatic dinners, smile and wave at official events. But she had no real power. She couldn't make policy decisions. She couldn't choose her own staff. She couldn't even decorate her own rooms without approval from Rainier and his advisors. And Rainier? Well, according to multiple biographies, including the extensively researched Grace, the Secret Lives of a Princess by James Spada, Rainier was a difficult husband. He was controlling, moody, and had a temper. He expected Grace to be perfectly charming in public and perfectly obedient in private. He monitored her phone calls and her correspondence. He discouraged her friendships with her Hollywood friends because he thought they were a bad influence. Grace became pregnant almost immediately, which was, of course, the primary reason for the marriage. She gave birth to Princess Caroline in 1957, Prince Albert in 1958, and Princess Stephanie in 1965. Motherhood gave her purpose, but it also trapped her further. Now she wasn't just a princess with royal duties, she was a mother whose every parenting decision was scrutinized by the palace, the press, and the people of Monaco. Her close friends reported that Grace struggled with depression throughout her years in Monaco. She gained weight, which the press commented on cruelly. She started drinking more than she should. She felt isolated and lonely. According to Judith Balaban Quine's memoir, Grace once said, "The freedom of my former life is something I will always miss. I miss the ability to just be spontaneous, to go to the movies on a whim, to have lunch with a friend without it being scheduled weeks in advance." In the 1960s and 70s, Grace tried to find purpose beyond just being a decorative princess. She got involved in charitable causes, particularly focusing on arts and culture. She supported Monaco's struggling economy by helping to promote it as a glamorous destination for the wealthy. She was, by all accounts, good at this work. She was intelligent, well-spoken, and genuinely cared about making Monaco successful. But here's the sad part. None of this was enough to fill the void left by giving up her acting career. Grace loved acting, she was brilliant at it, and she gave it all up at age 26, at the peak of her powers, and spent the rest of her life wondering what if. There's a particularly poignant story from 1962. Alfred Hitchcock offered Grace the lead role in Marnie. She desperately wanted to do it. She begged Rainier to let her make one more film. The people of Monaco, however, were outraged at the idea of their princess playing a troubled kleptomaniac in a Hollywood movie. Rainier bowed to public pressure and forbade it. Grace had to turn down the role. Can you imagine? Being told you can't pursue your passion, can't use your talent, because it would be inappropriate for your position. This wasn't the 1800s. This was 1962. Women were entering the workforce in droves, the feminist movement was gaining momentum, and Grace Kelly was being told she had to stay home and look decorative. Friends say she never quite got over it. The loss of that role represented the loss of her identity as an actress, as an artist, as someone who was valued for her talent rather than just her title and her ability to produce heirs. Now I want to pause here and compare Grace's experience to Wallis Simpson's, because the contrasts are illuminating. Both women were Americans who married into European royalty. Both gave up their previous lives completely. Both faced intense scrutiny and criticism. But Grace was beloved by the public while Wallis was despised. Why? First, Grace had never been divorced. This mattered enormously in the 1950s. She was pure in a way that Wallis could never be. Second, Grace was beautiful in a way that fit perfectly with 1950s ideals of femininity. Blonde, elegant, ladylike. Wallis was stylish, but not conventionally beautiful, and her hard edges showed. Third, and most importantly, Grace played the game perfectly. She never complained publicly. She never contradicted her husband. She smiled and fulfilled her duties and presented a flawless public image. She understood, instinctively or through hard work, that being a successful princess meant suppressing your true self completely. Wallis Simpson refused to do this. She was herself, sharp-tongued, ambitious, unapologetic, and she was punished for it. Grace Kelly succeeded where Wallis failed. But the price of that success was, well, it was herself. She became a beautiful, hollow shell of the vibrant actress she'd once been. And here's the really tragic part. She never got to experience the satisfaction of knowing she'd succeeded. Because on September 14th, 1982, at age 52, Grace died in a car accident on the winding roads above Monaco. She'd suffered a stroke while driving, lost control of the car and crashed. Her daughter Stephanie was in the car and survived with injuries. Grace died the next day. She was 52 years old. She'd been Princess Grace for 26 years, the same amount of time she'd lived before becoming a princess. Half her life spent in Hollywood, half spent in Monaco. And according to people close to her, she spent that second half missing the first. After her death, Some of her friends spoke more openly about her unhappiness. They talked about her depression, her drinking, her sense of being trapped. Robert Dornhelm, who directed a documentary about Grace, interviewed dozens of people who knew her and concluded that she was a woman who gave up too much and spent her life regretting it, but was too proud and too well trained to ever show it publicly. So here's the question I want you to think about. Was Grace Kelly's story a success or a failure? The world saw a fairy tale. A beautiful actress became a real princess and lived happily ever after. But the reality was a woman who sacrificed her identity, her passion, and her independence to fulfill a role that ultimately made her miserable. She played the part so well that nobody knew she was suffering until it was too late. And this is where Grace's story becomes crucial for understanding what comes next in our journey. Because Grace Kelly set an impossible standard for what an American woman marrying into royalty should be. Beautiful, elegant, silent, self-sacrificing, and never ever showing any cracks in the perfect facade. Every American woman who came after her would be compared to Grace Kelly. Every one of them would be expected to make the same sacrifices she made. And critically, every one of them would be expected to smile while doing it, just as Grace had smiled. The problem? Times were changing. The 1980s and 90s were approaching, and a new generation of American women were not raised to be silent and obedient. They were raised to be ambitious, outspoken, and unapologetic about taking up space. And when these women started marrying into European aristocracy, the collision between old expectations and new attitudes would create some fascinating drama. Because here's what's interesting. There was a quiet explosion of American women marrying into European nobility in the 1980s and 90s. Not as many as during the original Gilded Age, but enough to form a pattern. And each of these women had to navigate the same impossible challenge. How do you maintain your American identity while conforming to European expectations? How do you be yourself while also being what everyone expects a princess to be? Some figured it out, some didn't. And understanding their stories, the successes and failures, the compromises and rebellions, is essential for understanding what would eventually happen when a biracial American actress named Meghan Markle tried to do the same thing decades later. So stay with me. We're about to meet some fascinating women you've probably never heard of. American heiresses and actresses who infiltrated European aristocracy during an era of massive cultural change. Their stories will show us exactly what works, what doesn't, and why the old fairy tale formula that saved Grace Kelly's reputation but destroyed her happiness was already starting to fall apart. Let's keep going. You know what's fascinating? While everyone was watching Princess Diana's fairy tale implode in the most public way possible, during the 1980s and 90s, there was this whole wave of American women quietly marrying into European aristocracy that almost nobody paid attention to. And I think that's exactly why some of them actually succeeded. No 30 million people watching, no impossible expectations, just women figuring out how to navigate between two worlds without the weight of the entire world's judgment crushing them. But first, let's talk about why this wave happened when it did, because the timing is everything. The 1980s were a weird moment for European aristocracy. On one hand, you had this surge of wealth, Reagan economics in America, Thatcher in Britain, the beginning of global finance culture. Suddenly there was new money everywhere, but old money, old aristocratic families. Many of them were still struggling with the same problems their ancestors had faced a century earlier. Huge estates, enormous maintenance costs, and not enough income to support the lifestyle. At the same time, wealthy Americans were more globally connected than ever before. International business, easier travel, American universities educating the children of European nobility, All of these created opportunities for Americans and Europeans to actually meet and interact as equals, rather than in the rigid arranged circumstances of the Gilded Age. And here's the crucial difference from earlier eras. By the 1980s, American women weren't just bringing money. They were bringing business acumen, professional skills, and a completely different attitude about what aristocratic life could be. They weren't content to just be decorative. They wanted to actively participate in managing estates, running businesses, engaging in meaningful work. Let me introduce you to some women you've probably never heard of, but whose stories are absolutely fascinating. First up, Marie Chantal Miller. Now, Marie Chantal is technically not American by birth. She was born in London to an Ecuadorian father and a British mother, but she was raised in the United States from a young age, went to American schools, and completely identified as American. Her father, Robert Warren Miller, was a billionaire businessman who'd made his fortune in duty-free shopping. And when I say billionaire, I mean serious wealth. Forbes estimated his fortune at over $1 billion even in 1980s money. In 1995, Marie Chantal married Crown Prince Pavlos of Greece. Now, here's the thing about Greek royalty. They don't actually rule Greece anymore. The monarchy was abolished in 1973. So Pavlos is a prince without a kingdom, which sounds romantic but is actually kind of awkward. He has the title but none of the power, the prestige but not the throne. But what made Marie Chantal interesting, and this is according to an extensive profile in Vanity Fair by journalist Bob Colacello, was that she didn't pretend to be something she wasn't. She was very open about the fact that she was an American businesswoman who happened to marry a prince. After her wedding, she launched her own children's clothing line, Marie Chantal. She became a successful entrepreneur in her own right. She used her royal connections for business purposes without apology. And here's what's remarkable. The Greek diaspora community largely embraced her. Yes, there were some old guard critics who thought she was too commercial, too American, too willing to monetize her royal connection. But many people respected that she was creating her own identity rather than just being the crown princess. She found a way to balance American entrepreneurialism with European aristocratic traditions. Compare that to the dollar princesses of the Gilded Age, who were expected to completely suppress their American identities, or to Grace Kelly, who had to give up her entire career. Marie Chantal said, essentially, I can be both. I can be a crown princess and a businesswoman. Watch me. And it worked. Now let's talk about someone even more interesting, Princess Angela of Liechtenstein. And I want you to pay attention to this story because it's wild and almost nobody knows about it. Angela Brown was born in 1958 in Panama to an African-American father and a Panamanian mother. She studied fashion design at Parsons School of Design in New York and became a successful fashion designer. In 1997, she met Prince Maximilian of Liechtenstein at a party. They fell in love. They got married in 2000. And here's what makes this story extraordinary. Angela became the first person of African descent to marry into a reigning European royal family. Let me repeat that for emphasis. The first person of African descent in a reigning European royal family. This was in the year 2000, 24 years ago. That's how rigid and exclusive European aristocracy has been. Now Liechtenstein is tiny. It's a microstate between Switzerland and Austria with a population of about 40,000 people. But it's one of the wealthiest countries per capita in the world, and the princely family is one of the richest royal families in Europe. This isn't some symbolic nobility. This is real power and real money. According to journalist Alison Levine, who interviewed Princess Angela for a feature in the New York Times, the initial reaction from some segments of Liechtenstein society was, let's just say, complicated. There were people who were not happy about a black woman marrying into their royal family. there were whispered concerns about preserving tradition. But Angela and Maximilian didn't back down, and gradually, through her work in development issues and her genuine engagement with Liechtenstein society, she won people over. But here's what I find most interesting. Angela succeeded in part because she came in with no illusions. She knew she was different. She knew people would judge her. She knew she'd have to work twice as hard to be accepted, and she did the work. She learned German fluently. She studied Liechtenstein history and culture intensively. She took her royal duties seriously while also maintaining her own identity as a designer and activist. In a 2018 interview with the BBC, she said something that really stuck with me. "I never tried to become European. I brought my American and Panamanian heritage with me, and I found ways to make that heritage an asset rather than a liability. I could offer perspectives and connections that the family didn't have before." That's a fundamentally different approach from what Grace Kelly did, right? Grace tried to erase her Hollywood identity. Angela said, "This is who I am, take it or leave it." And amazingly, it worked. Now, I want to introduce you to one more woman, and this one's story is both inspiring and a little bit sad. Rita Jenrette. Rita was married to US Congressman John Jenrette in the late 1970s. The marriage fell apart spectacularly when John was caught in the Abscom scandal, a massive FBI sting operation where politicians were caught accepting bribes. The marriage ended in 1981, and Rita, trying to rebuild her life, posed for Playboy magazine. This was incredibly scandalous at the time. She was called every name you can imagine. But here's where her story gets interesting. In 1990, Rita married Prince Niccolo Boncompagni Ludovisi of Italy. Now, Niccolo wasn't reigning royalty. He was descended from Italian nobility but had no real political power. But he did have a palace. Specifically, he had the Villa Ludovisi in Rome, which contained a casino with a ceiling fresco by Caravaggio, one of only 3 Caravaggio ceiling frescoes in existence. According to her memoir, My Capital Secrets, Rita threw herself into preserving Italian cultural heritage. She became an advocate for restoration of historical buildings. She used her American fundraising skills to raise money for Italian art preservation. She essentially reinvented herself from scandalous former congressman's wife to princess dedicated to cultural preservation. And here's the kicker. When Niccolo died in 2018, Rita fought a legal battle to maintain control of the palace and the Caravaggio fresco. The rest of Niccolo's family wanted to sell it to private buyers. Rita insisted it should be preserved for public benefit. As of the last reporting I could find from journalist Barbie Latzer-Nadeau in the Daily Beast, Rita was still fighting that battle, still trying to protect Italian cultural heritage, even though it would be financially easier for her to just sell and walk away. I find that remarkable. A woman who came from scandal, who was dismissed and ridiculed, who married into Italian nobility, and then actually became more Italian than the Italians in terms of her dedication to preserving cultural heritage. So why am I telling you all these stories? Because I want you to see the pattern that was emerging in the 1980s and 90s. The women who succeeded in marrying into European aristocracy during this era had several things in common. First, they came in with clear eyes. They weren't chasing a fairy tale. They understood that marrying into aristocracy was complicated and would require work. Second, they maintained their American identities while also genuinely engaging with their adopted cultures. They didn't try to erase who they were, but they also didn't demand that everything change to accommodate them. Third, and this is crucial, they found ways to add value. Whether it was business acumen, fundraising skills, fresh perspectives, or connections to American wealth and culture, they brought something to the table beyond just money. Fourth, they mostly stayed out of the spotlight. Unlike Wallis Simpson or Grace Kelly, these women weren't constantly in the tabloids. They weren't celebrities. They were just women navigating complex cultural situations as best they could. Now, let's talk about why this matters for understanding what would eventually happen with Meghan Markle. By the 1990s, there was this growing library of examples, both successes and failures, of American women marrying into European aristocracy. The successful ones had found a formula: be yourself, but be strategic about it. Respect tradition while finding ways to modernize. Work hard to learn and integrate while also bringing your unique perspective. But here's the thing about formulas. They only work if the institution you're joining is willing to meet you halfway. Marie Chantal succeeded in part because Greek royalty in exile was flexible by necessity. They had no kingdom to protect, so they could afford to be more modern. Angela succeeded because Liechtenstein, while traditional, was also pragmatic and recognized that the world was changing. Rita succeeded because Italian nobility in the modern era is more about cultural preservation than actual power. But what about the British monarchy? The actual reigning constitutional monarchy of Great Britain? The institution that had rejected Wallis Simpson, that had trapped Grace Kelly's spirit even though she married into Monaco, that had rigid protocols going back centuries? Could that institution accommodate an American woman who wanted to be both herself and a princess? Could it evolve to meet modern expectations while maintaining its traditional essence? Well, that's the multi-billion-dollar question, isn't it? Because by the time we get to the 2010s, when Harry and Meghan's story begins, the British monarchy was about to face its biggest test since the Abdication Crisis. But before we get there, we need to understand one more crucial piece of the puzzle. We need to talk about Diana. Because everything, and I mean everything, that happened with Meghan Markle cannot be understood without first understanding Princess Diana. Her story, her struggle, her tragedy, and her legacy created the template that every future princess would be measured against. She changed the rules of royal engagement forever, and she paid the ultimate price for it. So take a breath, maybe grab some water, because we're about to dive into one of the most famous, most analysed, and yet still most misunderstood stories in modern royal history. Diana wasn't American, but her impact on how the world views royalty, celebrity, and the price of being a princess is all right. Let's address the elephant in the room. Diana Spencer wasn't American. She was as English as they come. Aristocratic bloodline. Grew up on an estate next to the royal family's Sandringham house, literally a neighbour to the Queen. But if you want to understand why Meghan Markle's story unfolded the way it did, if you want to understand the impossible expectations placed on any woman marrying into the British royal family after 1981, you absolutely must understand Diana. Because she didn't just change the monarchy, she detonated it, rebuilt it, and then haunted it long after her death. And here's something I need you to really grasp. Diana's ghost is still running the show. Every decision the royal family has made for the past 26 years has been, in some way, a response to Diana. Every mistake they made with Meghan was a mistake they first made with Diana. It's like watching the same tragedy play out twice, except the second time everyone should have known better. Let me take you back to July 29th, 1981. I know some of you watching this weren't even born yet, but this was a moment. Over 750 million people worldwide watched Diana Spencer marry Prince Charles at St. Paul's Cathedral. To put that in perspective, that's more people than watched the first moon landing. This wasn't just a wedding. It was a global event that temporarily united humanity in watching what appeared to be the ultimate fairy tale. Diana was 19 years old. 19. Think about who you were at 19. Think about how much you knew about yourself, about life, about navigating complex social situations. Now imagine being 19 and marrying the future King of England in front of 750 million people. The pressure is almost incomprehensible. But let's back up, because the way Diana ended up in that cathedral reveals everything about how the monarchy operates and how it was already setting her up for disaster. Charles was under tremendous pressure to marry. He was 32 years old, which by royal standards was getting dangerously close to confirmed bachelor territory. According to biographer Sally Bedell Smith in her meticulously researched book, Prince Charles, The Passions and Paradoxes of an Improbable Life, Charles was still in love with Camilla Parker Bowles, whom he'd dated in the early 1970s. But Camilla was considered unsuitable as a future queen. She wasn't a virgin. She had a past. She was too worldly. The royal family needed someone young, innocent, from an appropriate background, and this is crucial, someone who could be moulded into what they needed her to be. Diana fit the profile perfectly. She was from an aristocratic family. She was beautiful. She was shy and seemingly biddable. And at 19 she was young enough that they assumed she could be shaped into the perfect princess. They were catastrophically wrong about that last part. Here's what the royal family didn't understand about Diana, what they completely miscalculated. She had a wounded soul that craved love and validation, and when she didn't get it from her husband or the institution, she would go looking for it elsewhere. And she found it from the public. The early signs of trouble appeared almost immediately. According to Andrew Morton's groundbreaking biography, Diana, Her True Story, which was based on secret interviews with Diana herself, the princess discovered during her honeymoon that Charles was still in love with Camilla. There's a famous anecdote about Diana finding photos of Camilla in Charles's diary during their honeymoon cruise. Can you imagine? You're 19, you've just married the Prince of Wales in front of the entire world, and you discover he's in love with someone else. That's not just heartbreaking, that's psychologically devastating. Diana developed bulimia within months of the wedding. She was desperately unhappy, isolated within the royal system, and getting no emotional support from her husband or the palace machinery. Charles, according to multiple sources including his authorized biographer Jonathan Dimbleby, simply didn't understand what was happening. He'd been raised in an environment where you didn't discuss feelings. You certainly didn't display emotional neediness. Diana's crying, her need for affection, her struggles with mental health. Charles found all of it bewildering and frankly inconvenient. But here's where Diana did something revolutionary. Instead of suffering in silence the way royal women were expected to do, she decided to fight back. And her weapon was the media. Diana understood something that the royal family had never quite grasped. In the age of mass media, public perception is power. The palace could control her within the confines of royal protocol, but they couldn't control how the public felt about her. And the public adored her. Why did people love Diana so much? This is actually worth examining, because it's the template for understanding modern royal celebrity. According to media analyst Beatrice Otto, who studied Diana's media strategy for her book, Fools Are Everywhere, Diana had 3 qualities that made her irresistible to the public. First, vulnerability. Unlike every royal before her, Diana let people see her pain. When she looked sad at royal events, she looked genuinely sad. When she was uncomfortable, you could see it. This wasn't the stiff upper lip of traditional royalty. This was real human emotion, and people responded to it intensely. Second, glamour. Diana was stunningly beautiful, and she knew how to use fashion to communicate. Every outfit was a message. The famous revenge dress, that black Christina Stambolian number she wore the night Charles admitted his affair on television. That wasn't an accident. That was psychological warfare conducted through fashion. Third, and most importantly, humanitarian work that seemed genuine. Diana didn't just show up to charity events and smile for cameras. She held hands with AIDS patients when people still believed you could contract HIV through casual contact. She walked through active minefields in Angola to draw attention to the landmine crisis. She hugged lepers. She made eye contact with homeless people and sat on the floor to talk to children. She communicated, "I see you. You matter." This combination, vulnerability, glamour, and apparent authenticity, created what the media started calling Diana magic, and the royal family hated it, because Diana's popularity exposed how stuffy, out of touch, and emotionally distant the rest of them appeared by comparison. Now, here's where things get really interesting. As Diana's marriage deteriorated throughout the 1980s, she began actively using the media to tell her side of the story. She secretly cooperated with Andrew Morton on his 1992 biography. She gave that devastating interview to BBC Panorama in 1995, where she said, "There were 3 of us in this marriage, so it was a bit crowded," referring to Camilla. 23 million people in Britain alone watched that interview, in a country of about 58 million people at the time. That's nearly 40% of the entire population. The royal family was absolutely beside themselves. The Queen's private secretary called it the nuclear option. Because Diana had done the unthinkable, she'd broken the royal code of silence. The unofficial motto of the royal family, supposedly said by the Queen Mother, was "Never complain, never explain." Diana had just complained to 23 million people and explained exactly what had gone wrong in her marriage. The monarchy's response was to try to shut her down. According to documents that have since been released and analysed by historian Robert Lacey in Battle of Brothers, there were serious discussions about stripping Diana of her title, limiting her access to her children, cutting her off financially. The institution that had failed to support her when she needed help was now trying to punish her for speaking out. But here's what they didn't understand. Diana had already won. She'd secured the public's sympathy so completely that any attack on her would backfire on the monarchy itself. Public opinion polls from 1995, documented in the Diana Chronicles by Tina Brown, showed that Diana's approval rating was in the mid-70s, while the royal family's was in the mid-40s. The people had chosen their side, and it wasn't the institution. It was the woman the institution had failed. Diana and Charles divorced in 1996. She lost her Royal Highness title, but kept her apartment in Kensington Palace and her role in her sons' lives. And then, for about a year, she seemed to be finding happiness. She was dating. She was doing humanitarian work she cared about. She was free from the suffocating restrictions of royal life. And then August 31st, 1997 happened. Diana died in a car crash in Paris, fleeing from paparazzi. She was 36 years old. The world's reaction was unprecedented. According to news reports from the time, which have been extensively documented, 2.5 billion people worldwide watched her funeral. That's more than a third of the entire global population at the time. People who had never met Diana sobbed in the streets. London was buried under a sea of flowers. Literally millions of bouquets piled outside Kensington Palace. The grief was visceral and global. But here's what made Diana's death a true crisis for the monarchy. The public blamed them. The narrative became, the royal family made Diana miserable, drove her away, and indirectly caused her death by refusing to protect her from the media. Whether or not this was fair is debatable, but perception is reality. And the public's perception was that the monarchy had killed their princess. The Queen, who'd been at Balmoral Castle in Scotland with William and Harry when Diana died, initially refused to return to London. She thought it was more important to stay with her grieving grandsons in private. She was, according to royal protocol, absolutely correct. Diana was no longer part of the royal family. She was the ex-wife. The Queen saw no reason to make a public statement. But the public was outraged. "Where is the Queen?" the tabloids screamed. "Why hasn't she said anything?" The mood turned ugly. People started questioning whether the monarchy should even exist. According to polls at the time, reported by The Guardian, support for abolishing the monarchy reached its highest level since polling began. About 19% of Britons wanted to get rid of the royal family entirely. Finally, 5 days after Diana's death, the Queen returned to London and gave a televised address. She called Diana an exceptional and gifted human being and acknowledged the public's grief. But the damage was done. The monarchy had been forced to bend to public pressure for the first time in living memory. Diana, even in death, had changed the rules. So what is Diana's legacy? What shadow did she cast over everything that came after? First, she established that the public's affection could protect you from the institution. If people love you enough, the palace can't touch you. This is a lesson that Meghan Markle definitely learned, even if she applied it differently. Second, she proved that vulnerability and authenticity could be more powerful than protocol and tradition. The old royal model was never let them see you sweat. Diana's model was let them see you cry and they'll love you for it. Third, she created an impossible standard for future royal women. Every woman who married into the royal family after Diana would be compared to her. Are you as beautiful, as charismatic, as good with charity work, as beloved by the public? It's an unfair comparison, but it's one that every royal woman since has had to face. And fourth, and this is perhaps most important, she taught the royal family that they could no longer simply impose their will and expect everyone to fall in line. The public had a voice now, and the public would use that voice to defend the royals they loved, even against the institution itself. But here's the tragic irony. The royal family learned all the wrong lessons from Diana. They learned to be more media savvy. They learned to do more photo opportunities. They learned to carefully craft their public images. But they didn't learn the fundamental lesson that people crave authenticity, that the institution needs to adapt to modern values, that you can't just trap people in rigid roles and expect them to smile about it forever. Which brings us to Catherine Middleton, Kate, because Kate represents the royal family's attempt to do Diana right this time. They'd learned from their mistakes with Diana, or so they thought, and they were determined not to repeat them. They would give the next Princess of Wales time to prepare. They would make sure she understood what she was getting into. They would train her properly. And you know what? It actually worked. Kate has been, by almost every metric, a successful royal. But understanding how and why Kate succeeded is essential to understanding why Meghan failed. Because the approaches couldn't be more different, and those differences reveal everything about what the monarchy will tolerate and what it won't. So let's look at Kate's story. Let's understand the strategy that worked, the compromises that were made, and the lessons that Meghan should have learned but apparently didn't. Because Kate Middleton wrote the playbook for how to marry into the modern British royal family. The problem? It's a playbook that requires you to essentially erase yourself. And not every woman is willing to do that. Get ready, because we're about to see what happens when someone actually follows the rules. Here's something that will blow your mind. Kate Middleton dated Prince William for nearly 10 years before they got married. 10 years. Think about that for a second. A full decade of essentially auditioning for the role of future queen. And you know what? That's exactly what it was. An audition. A test. A very long, very public probationary period to see if she could handle the pressure, follow the rules, and become exactly what the monarchy needed her to be. And she passed with flying colours. Kate Middleton is, by almost every measure, the most successful addition to the British royal family in generations. But here's the question that should make you uncomfortable. At what cost? And more importantly, what does her success tell us about what the monarchy actually requires from the women who marry into it? Let's start at the beginning, because Kate's story is fascinating precisely because she's so normal. Or at least she was. Catherine Elizabeth Middleton was born in 1982 in Reading, England, to parents who ran a successful party supply business. Now, the media often calls her middle class, but let's be clear about what that means in British terms. Her parents were millionaires. She went to Marlborough College, an elite private school that cost about £40,000 a year. She's not exactly a girl from the streets. But compared to every other woman who'd married a future King of England in recent history, she might as well have been Cinderella. Because traditionally, princes married either royalty or aristocracy, people with titles, with estates, with centuries of documented lineage. Kate's family made their money in business. Her mother had been a flight attendant. In the rigid class system of British aristocracy, this was decidedly not blue blood. And yet, Kate met William at St Andrews University in Scotland in 2001, and something clicked. According to multiple sources, including royal biographer Katie Nicholl in her book Kate the Future Queen, William was initially attracted to Kate at a charity fashion show where she modelled wearing a see-through dress. Very romantic, right? But what kept William interested was that Kate was different from other girls he'd met. She was calm, steady, not particularly impressed by his royal status. She treated him normally. They became friends first, then roommates in a shared university house, and eventually by their second year they were dating. And this is where the story gets really interesting, because the royal family, specifically the Queen and Prince Charles, were paying very close attention. Remember, they'd completely botched Diana. They'd rushed Charles into a marriage with a teenager he barely knew, and it had exploded spectacularly. They'd learned from that disaster. This time, they wanted to make absolutely sure that whoever William married was fully prepared for royal life. They wanted someone who knew exactly what they were signing up for and was willing to do it anyway. So Kate's relationship with William became, essentially, a decade-long test. And the media participated gleefully in testing her. According to research by media scholar Karen Ross documented in her academic paper, Royal Duty and Public Desire, between 2004 and 2011, Kate was photographed by paparazzi an estimated 3,000 times. She was followed constantly, her every outfit analysed, her every public appearance scrutinised. And here's what's remarkable, she never cracked. Not once. According to Katie Nicholl's reporting, Kate was trained by her mother, Carol Middleton, to never show emotion in public, never respond to provocation, never give the media anything they could use against her. There are stories of photographers shouting insults at Kate, trying to get a reaction, trying to get her to yell back or flip them off or do anything that would make a good headline. She never did. She just smiled and kept walking. In 2007, William and Kate broke up. The official reason was that William needed space, but according to multiple sources, including Tina Brown in the Palace Papers, the real issue was that William were getting cold feet about commitment, and the palace was concerned about Kate's mother, Carol, who they viewed as too pushy and socially ambitious. The class prejudice was barely concealed. Carol Middleton was seen as a social climber who'd orchestrated her daughter's relationship with the prince. The breakup lasted about 3 months. And here's where Kate showed her strategic brilliance. Instead of falling apart publicly, or giving bitter interviews or dating someone else in an obvious rebound. She went to a party looking absolutely stunning, made sure she was photographed and showed William exactly what he was missing. According to William's own later comments in their engagement interview, he realised he'd made a mistake and came back. They got back together, and for the next 3.5 years, Kate continued her audition. She attended royal events, she learned royal protocol, she studied how to interact with the press. She essentially did a master's degree in being a royal without actually being one yet. And in November 2010, William finally proposed during a private trip to Kenya. They announced their engagement, and the media went into absolute overdrive. Here's what I find fascinating about their engagement interview, which was conducted by ITV's Tom Bradby and is available in full online. Kate was already perfect at royal speak. When asked if she was nervous about her future role, she said, "Obviously it's a daunting prospect, but I've had quite a bit of time to think about it." When asked about comparisons to Diana, she gracefully deflected. "I would want to make my own mark." She said all the right things. She was poised, elegant, deferential to William but not submissive. She laughed at the right moments. She looked appropriately awed by the engagement ring, Diana's sapphire and diamond ring that William had chosen for her. It was a masterclass in how to present yourself as a future royal. The wedding on April 29, 2011, was watched by an estimated 2 billion people globally. Not quite as many as Diana's wedding, but still an absolutely massive audience, and everything about it was designed to be perfect. Kate's dress, designed by Sarah Burton for Alexander McQueen, was elegant and modest. The ceremony was traditional, but not stuffy. The kiss on the Buckingham Palace balcony was romantic, but not too passionate. Everything hit exactly the right notes, and then Kate disappeared. Not literally, obviously, but she vanished from doing anything controversial or attention-grabbing. For the first several years of her marriage, Kate focused on supporting William, doing safe charity work and having children. Prince George was born in 2013, Princess Charlotte in 2015, Prince Louis in 2018. According to analysis by royal correspondent Richard Palmer, in multiple articles for the Daily Express, during her first 5 years as a royal, Kate did fewer public engagements than almost any other working royal. The tabloid started calling her Kate the Idol or Duchess of Doolittle. But here's the thing. This was strategic. The palace wanted her to focus on her family, to settle in, to not make waves. And Kate played along perfectly. She followed what author and royal expert Camilla Tominey, in her extensive reporting for The Telegraph, identified as the Kate strategy. Never complain, never explain, never draw attention to yourself, always support William, never have an opinion on anything controversial, and for God's sake, never ever break protocol. Now let's pause and really think about what Kate's success required, because I want you to understand what the monarchy demanded from her. First, she had to wait. 10 years of her life in limbo, not quite royal but not quite normal, always under scrutiny, unable to have a proper career because it might create conflicts of interest. She was 29 when she got married. Nearly a decade of her 20s spent essentially waiting for William to be ready. Second, she had to erase her personality, not literally but publicly. We don't really know who Kate Middleton is. What are her political views? What makes her angry? What does she care about deeply beyond her children? We don't know because she's never told us. She presents a perfectly smooth surface with no rough edges, no controversial opinions, nothing that could alienate anyone. Third, she had to accept a secondary role. Kate's job is to support William, to make him look good, to produce heirs, and to fulfill royal duties without complaint. She's not allowed to outshine him. She's not allowed to pursue her own ambitions if they conflict with royal duties. Her identity is fundamentally defined by her relationship to William. Fourth, she had to accept a level of scrutiny on her body and appearance that borders on dehumanizing. After each of her 3 pregnancies, the media obsessed over how quickly she lost the baby weight. Her outfits are analysed endlessly. Her hair, her makeup, her weight. All of it is public property for commentary. And fifth, and this might be the most important, she had to accept that this is her life forever. There's no quitting, no changing her mind, no deciding in 10 years that actually being a royal isn't for her. She's in until death, and so are her children. Kate accepted all of this, and because she did, she's been successful. According to YouGov polling data from 2023, Kate is one of the most popular members of the royal family, with approval ratings consistently in the 60-70% range. The public sees her as dutiful, elegant, and a good mother. She's done exactly what was asked of her. But here's my question for you. Is this success, or is it just highly skilled compliance? Compare Kate to Diana for a moment. Diana was beloved, but she was also real. You knew what she cared about. You knew when she was angry or sad or passionate about something. She was a full human being in public with all the messy complexity that entails. Kate is pleasant, elegant, appropriate, but unknowable. Or compare Kate to the American women we've been discussing. Marie Chantal Miller kept her business. Princess Angela kept her activism and her heritage. Even Grace Kelly, for all her constraints, maintained some sense of who she was beyond her title. Kate seems to have become nothing but the title. The Duchess of Cambridge, now the Princess of Wales, future Queen Consort. But who is Catherine Middleton? We have no idea. Now, I don't want to be too hard on Kate. There's real skill in what she's done. According to psychologist Dr. Honey Lancaster James, who analysed Kate's public persona for an article in The Independent, Kate displays remarkable emotional intelligence in knowing exactly how to read a room, how to present herself, how to fulfill expectations while making it look effortless. That's a genuine talent. And it's entirely possible that Kate is genuinely happy with this arrangement. Maybe she's perfectly content to be a supporting character in William's story. Maybe she never wanted to be outspoken or controversial. Maybe the trade-off, giving up personal autonomy in exchange for unimaginable wealth, status, and the chance to be queen, is one she's genuinely comfortable with. But here's why Kate's story matters so much to understanding Meghan. Kate set the standard. She showed that it was possible for a commoner to successfully marry into the royal family and thrive. She proved that if you were willing to follow the rules, suppress your own identity, and play the game exactly as the institution wanted it played, you could be accepted and even beloved. The problem is that Kate's success created an impossible comparison. Because when Meghan came along, the expectation was, well, if Kate could do it, why can't you? The palace thought they'd figured out the formula. Take a woman, give her time to adjust, train her properly, and she'll become a perfect royal, just like Kate did. What they didn't account for was that not every woman is willing to erase herself. Not every woman wants to be a supporting character. Not every woman will accept that her role is to smile, wave, and never have an opinion about anything that matters. And more fundamentally, they didn't account for the fact that Kate and Meghan are completely different people, from completely different backgrounds with completely different life experiences. Kate is white, British, came from money, and had no career that she was giving up. Meghan is biracial, American, worked her way up from modest beginnings, and had a successful acting career that was her own achievement. Asking Meghan to follow Kate's model was like asking a square peg to fit into a round hole. It was never going to work. But the palace didn't see that. They thought they had a system that worked, and if Meghan just followed Kate's example, everything would be fine. Spoiler alert, everything was not fine. But before we get to Meghan's story, and trust me, we're getting there, and it's even more complicated than you think, we need to understand one more crucial thing. We need to understand how Harry and Meghan met, how they fell in love, and what Harry's state of mind was when he decided to marry someone who was, in almost every way, the opposite of what the palace wanted for him. Because here's the thing, Harry isn't William. He didn't have Kate's 10-year adjustment period. He didn't have the patience for a slow, careful courtship designed to prepare his wife for royal life. Harry was damaged, angry, and desperate for someone who saw him as a person rather than as a prince. And when he met Meghan, he thought he'd found his saviour, but what he'd actually found was gasoline to throw on an already burning bridge between him and his family. Let's dive in. Picture this, July 2016, Toronto, Canada. A 35-year-old actress who's worked incredibly hard for moderate success is finally getting recognition for her role on a cable TV legal drama. She's financially independent, she's got her own thing going, and she's about to go on a blind date that will completely upend her entire existence. She has no idea that in less than 2 years, she'll be walking down the aisle at Windsor Castle to marry a prince. She also has no idea that this fairy tale will become a nightmare so quickly that historians will study it for decades. Her name is Rachel Meghan Markle, and she's about to become the most controversial American woman to enter the British monarchy since Wallis Simpson. And just like with Wallis, the question we need to ask is, was she a calculating social climber who manipulated a damaged prince? Or was she a genuine person who walked into a situation she couldn't possibly have understood and got absolutely destroyed by it? By the end of our journey, you'll have all the evidence. You can decide for yourself. But first, let's understand who Meghan actually was before she met Harry, because this context is everything. Meghan was born in 1981 in Los Angeles to a white father, Thomas Markle, who worked in television lighting, and a black mother, Doria Ragland, who was a social worker and yoga instructor. According to Meghan's own essay published in LA Magazine in 2015, being biracial in America shaped everything about her identity. She wrote about not fitting into boxes, about being not black enough for some people, and not white enough for others. This experience of being in between, of not quite belonging anywhere. Keep this in mind because it becomes crucial later. Meghan's parents divorced when she was 6. She grew up primarily with her mother, though she maintained a relationship with her father. By all accounts, money was tight. Meghan has spoken about her mother working multiple jobs to make ends meet. This wasn't poverty, but it definitely wasn't privilege. Meghan learned early that if she wanted something, she'd have to work for it herself. She went to Northwestern University, a good school, where she studied theatre and international relations. After graduation, she did what thousands of aspiring actresses do. She moved back to Los Angeles and started auditioning. And here's what most people don't realise. Meghan struggled for years. According to interviews compiled by biographer Andrew Morton in Meghan, a Hollywood Princess, she did bit parts. She was a briefcase girl on Deal or No Deal. She went to hundreds of auditions and got rejected constantly. But she kept going, and in 2011, she landed the role of Rachel Zane on the USA Network show Suits. It wasn't a lead role, but it was steady work on a successful show. By Hollywood standards, Meghan had made it to a comfortable middle tier. She was making good money, reportedly around $50,000 per episode by the show's later seasons, which works out to several $100,000 a year. Not movie star money, but definitely enough to live very comfortably. Here's what else Meghan was doing during her Suits years, And this is important. She was building a personal brand. She started a lifestyle blog called The Tig in 2014, where she wrote about travel, food, fashion, and social issues. She did interviews talking about feminism and activism. She became a UN women's advocate. She was deliberately positioning herself as more than just an actress. She was building an identity as a thoughtful, socially conscious public figure. Some people see this as genuine passion. Other people see it as calculated image management. Honestly, it was probably both. Meghan was smart enough to know that in the modern entertainment industry, you need to be more than just your job. You need to be a brand. And the brand she built was intelligent, socially conscious woman who happens to be beautiful and successful. It's a good brand. Nothing wrong with it. She was also divorced. Meghan had married a producer named Trevor Engelson in 2011, and they divorced in 2013. By her own account in subsequent interviews, the marriage didn't work because their careers pulled them in different directions. It was an amicable split. No drama, just two people who realised they wanted different things. So that's who Meghan was in July 2016. A 35-year-old divorced actress with a successful TV career, a lifestyle blog, some activist credentials, and ambitions to do more with her platform. She was dating, she was working, she was living her life. And then a mutual friend who's never been publicly identified suggested she meet Prince Harry on a blind date. Now let's talk about Harry, because understanding his state of mind in 2016 is absolutely crucial to understanding what happened next. Harry was 31 years old. He was the spare heir, the backup in case something happened to William. He'd spent his entire life being compared to his older brother, and usually coming up short. According to Valentine Lowe's extensively researched book Courtiers, The Hidden Power Behind the Crown, Harry struggled with his role from childhood. He wasn't as academically gifted as William. He wasn't as naturally suited to royal duties. He was the messy one, the wild one, the one who made mistakes. And then there was the Diana trauma. Harry was only 12 when his mother died. 12 years old, and he had to walk behind her coffin in front of millions of people while the whole world watched him grieve. According to Harry's own later statements in therapy and interviews, he didn't properly process Diana's death for nearly 2 decades. He buried the grief, the anger, the confusion, and it manifested in destructive behavior throughout his 20s. There was the Nazi costume incident in 2005, the naked billiards photos in Las Vegas in 2012, the reports of excessive drinking and partying. Harry was, by his own later admission, a mess. He was angry at the press for what he believed they'd done to his mother. He was angry at his family for not protecting her. He was angry at the world for expecting him to perform royal duties while giving him none of the meaning or purpose that might make those duties worthwhile. By 2016, Harry had done some work on himself. He'd served in the military, including 2 tours in Afghanistan, which he said gave him purpose. He'd started the Invictus Games for wounded veterans, which was genuinely meaningful work. He'd begun therapy, but according to multiple sources, including royal correspondent Robert Jobson in Our King Charles III, Harry was still fundamentally unhappy. He felt trapped by royal life, frustrated by the restrictions and desperately lonely. He'd had relationships, but none of them had worked out. The press destroyed every woman he dated. They'd followed his ex-girlfriend Chelsea Davy so aggressively that she eventually ended the relationship, in part because she couldn't handle the media intrusion. Another ex, Cressida Bonas, left for similar reasons. Harry's relationships were being strangled by the institution and the media before they could even properly develop. So in July 2016, when someone suggested he meet an American actress on a blind date, Harry was probably thinking, "What have I got to lose?" According to the couple's own account, told in their engagement interview and later in Harry's memoir Spare, they met at Soho House in London. Meghan was in town for Wimbledon. They talked for hours. Harry was immediately smitten. Meghan was beautiful, smart, funny, and, crucially, she didn't treat him like a prince. She treated him like a regular guy she was getting to know. They had a second date the next night, and then Harry did something that, in retrospect, was either incredibly romantic or incredibly reckless. He invited Meghan to join him on a trip to Botswana a few weeks later. After 2 dates, they were going on a camping trip to Africa together. Now this is where the story starts to fracture into different interpretations depending on who's telling it. The romantic version, which Harry and Meghan have promoted, is that they fell deeply in love immediately. They were soulmates who recognized each other. The Botswana trip was where they really connected, away from the pressures of the outside world. It was genuine, pure, and real. The skeptical version, promoted by various critics and royal commentators like Lady Colin Campbell in Meghan and Harry: The Real Story, is that Meghan knew exactly who Harry was before the blind date, that she'd researched him thoroughly, and that she saw an opportunity to become a princess and took it. In this version, Meghan was calculating from day one. Here's what I think, and you can disagree with me. The truth is probably somewhere in between. I think Meghan knew who Harry was. Come on, everyone knows who Prince Harry is, and I think she was intrigued by the possibility of dating him. Who wouldn't be? But I also think the feelings were genuine. You can be strategic about opportunities while still having real emotions. Human beings are complex like that. What's undeniable is that the relationship moved fast, really fast. By November 2016, just 4 months after their first date, they were serious enough that Harry took the unprecedented step of issuing a public statement condemning the racist and sexist abuse Meghan was receiving from the media and social media trolls. And this is where we need to pause and talk about the racism, because it's impossible to understand Meghan's story without acknowledging this element. From the moment Harry and Meghan's relationship became public, Meghan faced a level of scrutiny and hostility that was qualitatively different from what Kate had experienced. According to research conducted by media scholars at Loughborough University and documented by Dr. Claire Wardle, the online harassment Meghan received had explicit racial components. She was called slurs. Her appearance was mocked in racialized ways. Headlines about her weren't just about her background. They were about her being exotic, almost straight outta Compton, and other dog whistle references to her race. The British tabloids went after Meghan with a ferocity that seemed excessive, even by their usual standards. According to analysis by BuzzFeed News, which compared coverage of Kate and Meghan in their early days of dating the princes, Meghan received significantly more negative coverage despite doing essentially the same things. When Kate held her baby bump, it was tender. When Meghan did it, it was vain or attention-seeking. The double standard was documented and undeniable. Now here's where this gets complicated. Some of the criticism Meghan received was absolutely rooted in racism. Some of it was rooted in legitimate concerns about her behaviour or choices, and some of it was the British tabloid press doing what they always do, building someone up to tear them down for profit. Trying to separate these three elements is nearly impossible, which is partly why the whole situation became so toxic. But from Harry's perspective, watching the woman he loved being torn apart by the media the same way his mother had been, it must have been traumatic. It must have triggered every unprocessed feeling he had about Diana's death, and it made him fiercely protective of Meghan in a way that was both touching and ultimately destructive to his relationships with his family. The palace's advice to Harry was essentially, This is how it is. She needs to develop a thick skin and ignore it, just like everyone else has to. Which, let's be fair, is true. Kate had to endure years of media harassment. Diana had to endure it. Sarah Ferguson had to endure it. The media are brutal to royal women. It's unjust and wrong, but it's the reality of the situation. But Harry wasn't willing to accept that answer. He saw Meghan being treated the way his mother was treated, and he decided he wasn't going to let history repeat itself. In his mind, he was being the protector he wished his father had been for Diana. The problem is that in choosing to protect Meghan, Harry started to alienate everyone around him. According to multiple palace sources who spoke to journalists like Valentine Lowe and Robert Lacey, Harry became increasingly paranoid, increasingly defensive, increasingly unwilling to take advice. If you suggested that maybe Meghan needed to adjust her approach to something, you were racist. If you tried to explain palace protocol, you were being difficult and obstructive. Harry was so traumatized and so in love that he couldn't see anything objectively anymore. Meanwhile, Meghan was navigating her own complex emotional journey. According to her later accounts, particularly in the Oprah interview, she felt isolated and unsupported by the palace. She claimed she asked for help with her mental health and was denied. She felt abandoned and misunderstood. But according to palace sources cited by reporters like Valentine Lowe and Robert Jobson, Meghan was also difficult to work with. She allegedly sent emails at 5 a.m. with demands. She allegedly made staff members cry. She allegedly had very specific ideas about how things should be done and wasn't interested in hearing why palace protocol might require a different approach. Again, who's telling the truth? Probably everyone and no one. When institutions clash with individuals, when trauma meets tradition, when American directness meets British indirectness, everyone can be simultaneously right and wrong about what's happening. What we know for certain is this. In November 2017, just 16 months after their first date, Harry and Meghan got engaged. The engagement interview was polished and charming. Meghan said all the right things about being excited to join the royal family. Harry looked happier than he'd been in years. The wedding was set for May 2018, and the world thought, finally, Harry has found his person. This is going to be wonderful. A modern, biracial American actress is joining the British royal family. This is progress. This is evolution. This is going to work. It's almost painful how naive that sounds now, isn't it? Because what nobody seemed to understand, not Harry, not Meghan, not the public, and maybe not even the palace, was that they were about to recreate almost every disaster we've discussed so far. The rushed timeline of Edward and Wallis, the cultural clash of the dollar princesses, the suppressed identity issues of Grace Kelly, the media warfare of Diana, and the fundamental misunderstanding between Kate's approach and what Meghan was willing to do. It was all there. All the ingredients for disaster. And in May 2018, with the world watching and billions of people invested in this fairy tale, Harry and Meghan got married. The ceremony was beautiful. The sermon was powerful. The gospel choir was incredible. And for a brief, shining moment, it seemed like maybe, just maybe, this time would be different. But it wasn't. And understanding exactly how and why it all fell apart, the mistakes on both sides, the legitimate grievances and the self-inflicted wounds, the racism and the entitlement, the truth and the lies, that's what we need to explore next. Because the wedding was just the beginning. The real story that's about to unfold. May 19th, 2018, Windsor Castle. And for those of you who watched it, were you one of the nearly 2 billion people worldwide who tuned in? You have to admit, it was stunning. The wedding of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle wasn't just a ceremony, it was a statement, a declaration that the British monarchy was entering the modern era, that centuries of tradition could coexist with contemporary values, that love could transcend race and nationality, and all the barriers that had kept institutions like this frozen in time. The imagery was powerful. Meghan, a biracial American actress, walking part of the aisle alone before being joined by Prince Charles, a visual metaphor for her independence and modern womanhood. Bishop Michael Curry delivering a passionate sermon about the power of love that had some very proper British aristocrats looking slightly uncomfortable. A gospel choir singing Stand By Me, cellist Sheku Kane Mason, a young black British musician, performing beautifully. It was traditional and revolutionary all at once, and the world ate it up. Social media exploded with celebration. Think pieces were written about how Meghan represented progress, diversity, feminism. Young girls, particularly young girls of colour, saw a princess who looked like them for the first time. The narrative was irresistible. A self-made American actress, a divorcee, a woman who'd worked for everything she had, was now a real-life princess. If she could do it, anything was possible. But here's what's fascinating when you look back at that moment with hindsight. The warning signs were already there. We just chose not to see them because the fairy tale was too appealing. Let's start with Meghan's family drama, because it foreshadowed everything that would come later. In the weeks leading up to the wedding, Meghan's father, Thomas Markle, was caught staging paparazzi photos for money, according to reporting by The Sun and confirmed by multiple other outlets. Thomas had collaborated with a photo agency to create seemingly candid shots of him looking at pictures of Meghan, reading a book about British history, getting measured for a suit for the wedding. He was paid for these photos, and when the scheme was exposed, it created a massive scandal. Thomas then had what he claimed was a heart attack, though the medical evidence was never fully confirmed, and announced he wouldn't be attending the wedding. Then he said he would attend. Then he said he wouldn't. The back and forth played out in real time in the tabloids, and it was excruciating to watch. Meghan released a statement through Kensington Palace, asking for understanding and privacy for her father. But according to royal biographer Tom Bower in Revenge, Meghan, Harry and the War Between the Windsors, Meghan was also calling her father repeatedly, trying to manage the situation, becoming increasingly frustrated that he wouldn't stop talking to the press. Now here's the thing. Having a messy family is not a crime. Lots of people have relatives who make poor decisions or sell stories to tabloids. But what was revealing was how Meghan handled it. According to multiple reports, including detailed accounts by Valentine Lowe in Courtiers, palace staff offered to help manage the Thomas Markle situation. They offered to send someone to Mexico where he lived, to support him, to guide him through the media storm. Meghan reportedly declined this help. She wanted to handle it herself, her way. This is a pattern we'll see repeatedly. Meghan's reluctance to accept palace guidance, her conviction that she knew better than people who'd been managing royal public relations for decades. Sometimes she was right, sometimes she was catastrophically wrong, but her unwillingness to trust the system, even when the system had expertise she lacked, created friction from the very beginning. Then there was Meghan's half-sister, Samantha Markle, who went on a media tour trashing Meghan. Her half-brother did interviews criticising her. Other distant relatives came out of the woodwork to sell stories. It was a circus. And while none of this was Meghan's fault, you can't control your relatives, it did reveal something the palace should have understood. Meghan came with complications that Kate simply didn't have. Kate's family, the Middletons, were discreet, loyal, and understood the game. They never spoke to the press without permission. They never created drama. They were the perfect supporting cast for Kate's royal role. Meghan's family was, well, they were a reality show waiting to happen. But the wedding itself went beautifully despite all the drama, and for a few months afterward, everything seemed to be working. Meghan and Harry did a tour of Australia, New Zealand, Fiji and Tonga in October 2018. The crowds loved them. Meghan was charming, engaged, touching people's hands, crouching down to talk to children. The photos were gorgeous. And critically, during that tour, Meghan and Harry announced that they were expecting their first child. The media coverage was overwhelmingly positive. According to analysis by media monitoring firm Meltwater, documented in various reports, Meghan's favourability ratings in October 2018 were at their peak, around 55 to 60% positive coverage in British media. People were calling her a breath of fresh air for the monarchy. There were think pieces about how Meghan was modernising royal fashion, bringing a more casual American style to her wardrobe choices. Everything she wore sold out immediately. The Meghan effect on fashion retail was estimated to be worth millions. From the outside, it looked perfect. A beautiful, successful couple doing meaningful work, expecting a baby, beloved by the public. The fairy tale was intact, but according to multiple sources who were there, behind the scenes, things were already falling apart. Let's talk about what was actually happening inside the palace walls, because this is where perception and reality dramatically diverge. According to reporting by Valentine Lowe, who interviewed dozens of palace staff for his book Courtiers, Meghan's approach to royal work was fundamentally different from what anyone expected. She had ideas, lots of ideas, about how things should be done. She wanted to modernise everything, the communication strategy, the charitable focus, the way they engaged with the public, even the hierarchy of how royal households operated. Some of these ideas were probably good. Meghan came from a professional background in entertainment and activism. She understood modern media in ways that elderly palace courtiers definitely did not. She understood social media, personal branding, and how to craft narratives for contemporary audiences. In theory, she could have been an incredible asset in helping the monarchy evolve. But here's the problem. She didn't want to learn the existing system before trying to change it. According to multiple palace sources cited by various journalists, including Robert Jobson and Tom Bower, Meghan would propose ideas, and when staff explained why those ideas wouldn't work within existing protocols or legal frameworks, because yes, there are actual laws governing what working royals can and cannot do, she interpreted the explanations as obstruction. There's a revealing anecdote from Tom Bower's book about Meghan wanting to continue her lifestyle blog The Tig after marrying Harry. Palace officials explained that working royals cannot have personal commercial ventures. It creates conflicts of interest and opens up legal issues around monetization and endorsements. This is a clear rule that applies to everyone, but according to Bower's sources, Meghan felt this was unnecessarily restrictive and was frustrated at having to shut down her blog. Now, you could argue the rule is outdated. Maybe in the modern world, royals should be allowed to have personal platforms, but the rule exists, and it exists for everyone, not just Meghan. Kate didn't have a blog. William doesn't have a personal business. The expectation was that Meghan would adapt to the rules, not that the centuries-old institution would immediately change its fundamental operating principles for her. Then there were the staff complaints. And this is where things get really controversial, so I want to be careful to present what's been reported without jumping to conclusions. In March 2021, the Times of London published a story alleging that Meghan had bullied staff members during her time as a working royal. According to the report by Valentine Lowe, who broke the story, multiple staff members had complained to HR about Meghan's treatment of them. The allegations included that she sent emails at 5 a.m. with urgent demands, that she reduced staff to tears, that she had unreasonable expectations and would berate people who didn't meet them. Meghan's representatives vehemently denied these allegations, calling them part of a calculated smear campaign. They pointed out that the allegations conveniently surfaced right before Meghan's Oprah interview was set to air, which does seem like suspicious timing. But here's the complicating factor. According to subsequent reporting, including details from Robert Lacey's updated edition of Battle of Brothers, the complaints had actually been made years earlier, in 2018. But the palace had initially tried to handle them quietly and internally, so the allegations weren't made up for the Oprah interview. They were old complaints that resurfaced at a convenient moment for people who wanted to damage Meghan's credibility. So what's the truth? I honestly don't know, and I'm not sure anyone outside of those directly involved knows for certain. What seems likely is that Meghan had a very direct, very American communication style that clashed badly with British workplace culture, particularly in an environment as formal as the palace. Behaviour that might be normal in a Hollywood production office, sending late-night emails, having high expectations, being very direct about dissatisfaction, could be perceived as bullying in a British royal household where people are trained to be deferential and indirect. Intent matters, but so does impact. Even if Meghan didn't mean to make anyone feel bullied, if people felt bullied, that's a real problem that needed addressing. On the other hand, it's also possible that some staff members were resistant to working with someone as different as Meghan, and interpreted normal professional demands as unreasonable. The truth, as usual, is probably somewhere in the middle. But what's undeniable is that by early 2019, there were significant tensions between Meghan and the palace staff, between Harry and Meghan's household and William and Kate's household, and increasingly between Harry and his brother William. The media started picking up on this. In early 2019, stories began appearing about a rift between the two brothers. Initially, the palace tried to dismiss this as tabloid nonsense, but according to Robert Lacey's book, which draws on multiple palace sources, the rift was very real. The fundamental issue was this. William thought Harry had rushed into marriage without properly vetting Meghan. He'd apparently told Harry to slow down, to make sure Meghan understood what she was getting into, to take time the way William and Kate had. Harry interpreted this as William not supporting his relationship and worse, as William being snobbish about Meghan's background. According to Lacey's sources, there was a confrontation where William expressed concerns about Meghan's treatment of staff. Harry defended his wife fiercely. Things were said that couldn't be taken back. The brothers, who'd been each other's primary support system since Diana's death, were now barely speaking, and Kate was caught in the middle. There were reports, some confirmed, some denied, of tension between Kate and Meghan. A story about Meghan making Kate cry over flower girl dresses for the wedding. A story about Kate not doing enough to welcome Meghan. Competing narratives about who was mean to whom. Here's what probably happened. Two very different women with very different approaches to royal life were expected to be best friends simply because they married brothers. They were never going to be best friends. They're too different. But in the pressure cooker of royal life, with the media desperate to create a narrative, normal professional distance between sisters-in-law became a feud, and every interaction was analysed for signs of drama. By the time Meghan gave birth to Archie in May 2019, just a year after the wedding, the fairy tale was already crumbling. The public didn't fully know it yet. The official photos still looked perfect, but insiders knew that Harry and Meghan were deeply unhappy and increasingly convinced that the institution was against them. And here's the tragic thing. Maybe the institution was against them, not because of personal malice, but because Meghan represented change, and institutions resist change. She asked questions that hadn't been asked before. She challenged assumptions that hadn't been challenged. She expected support that the royal family simply isn't structured to provide, because they don't really do emotional support. They do duty and protocol. But it's also true that Meghan made mistakes. She moved too fast, pushed too hard, and alienated people who might have been allies if she'd been more patient and strategic. She and Harry developed an us-against-the-world mentality that made genuine collaboration impossible, because anyone who disagreed with them was labelled as an enemy. Both things can be true simultaneously. The institution can be rigid, outdated, and institutionally resistant to change. And Meghan can have handled the situation in ways that made things worse rather than better. This isn't a story with clear heroes and villains. It's a tragedy where everyone made understandable choices that led to a devastating outcome. By September 2019, Harry and Meghan were starting to talk seriously about leaving. Not the country, not yet, but leaving the joint household they shared with William and Kate. They wanted their own identity, their own platform, their own way of doing things. The palace approved the split, probably hoping it would reduce tensions, but the tensions only escalated. Because what Harry and Meghan really wanted wasn't just a separate household. What they wanted was to completely rewrite the rules of royal engagement. They wanted to be half in, half out. They wanted the prestige of being royal without the restrictions. They wanted to control their own narrative, make their own money, live their own lives, but still be supported by the institution and get to represent the Queen. And the palace's response was essentially, that's not how this works. You're either in or you're out. There's no middle ground. So we're racing toward the crisis now, the breaking point. The moment when everything that had been simmering beneath that perfect surface would explode into the most dramatic royal exit since 1936. And the question becomes, who forced whom out? Did Harry and Meghan leave because they were being mistreated? Or did they leave because they refused to play by rules that everyone else manages to follow? Stay with me, because we're about to witness the collapse in real time. From Meg's sit to that Oprah interview to the aftermath that's still unfolding, the next part of this story is where everything we've been building toward finally detonates. And trust me, the reality is even more complicated than you think. There's a moment I want you to imagine. It's late 2019, somewhere in the corridors of Kensington Palace. Meghan Markle is having yet another meeting with palace communication staff about an upcoming engagement. She has ideas, great ideas actually, about how to make the event more impactful, more modern, more meaningful. She's passionate, she's articulate, she's explaining her vision with the confidence of someone who's been successful in her previous career. And across the table, there's a courtier, probably someone who's been working for the royal family for decades, who keeps saying things like, well, that's not how it's traditionally done, or the Queen prefers a different approach, or we'd need to consider the protocols around that. Neither person is wrong, but they're speaking completely different languages. And this communication breakdown, multiplied across hundreds of interactions over months and years, is what really destroyed Harry and Meghan's relationship with the royal family. This wasn't about racism, though that played a part. It wasn't about meanness, though there was probably some of that too. This was about a fundamental, irreconcilable clash between two completely different value systems. Let me explain what I mean, because this is crucial to understanding why Kate succeeded where Meghan failed, and why Meghan's story echoes the failures of so many American women who came before her. American culture, particularly modern American professional culture, values directness, efficiency, meritocracy, and individual achievement. If you have a good idea, you speak up. If something isn't working, you say so. If you see a problem, You propose a solution. Initiative is rewarded. Innovation is celebrated. Disruptors are heroes. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. British aristocratic culture, particularly within the royal family, values hierarchy, tradition, discretion, and collective continuity. You don't speak unless spoken to, especially if you're new. You don't criticize the existing system until you've proven you understand it deeply. You don't propose radical changes without spending years earning the trust and respect of the people who've been there longer. Patience is rewarded. Loyalty is celebrated. Doing your duty is heroic. The squeaky wheel gets replaced. These aren't just different approaches, they're fundamentally opposed philosophies about how organizations should function and how individuals should behave within them. And Meghan, God bless her, is about as American as they come, according to her own descriptions in interviews and in Harry's memoir Spare. Meghan approached royal life the way she'd approached everything else in her career, with confidence, energy, and a conviction that if she worked hard and had good ideas, she'd succeed and be valued. This is not how the British monarchy works, at all. Let me give you some specific examples of where this clash manifested, because the details are revealing. According to Tom Bower's extensively researched book Revenge, one early conflict was about Meghan's desire to continue working with her previous charitable causes. Meghan had been involved with organisations like World Vision and One Young World before meeting Harry. She wanted to continue those relationships, to maintain her identity as an activist in her own right. The palace's position was that working royals represent the Queen, and therefore their charitable work must be coordinated through the palace system. You can't just independently maintain relationships with organisations because it creates confusion about whether you're acting as a private citizen or as a representative of the Crown. There are legal implications, security implications, and diplomatic implications. From the palace's perspective, this is a reasonable and necessary boundary. From Meghan's perspective, this was the institution trying to control her and limit her impact. Both perspectives have validity, but they're incompatible. Or consider the issue of how Meghan wanted to communicate. According to Valentine Lowe's book Courtiers, Meghan wanted to be more active on social media, wanted to respond to criticism, wanted to tell our story in a more direct way. The palace's position, never complain, never explain, felt outdated and passive to her. But here's what Meghan didn't understand, or didn't want to accept. That approach exists for a reason. The British monarchy survives by being above politics, above controversy, above the fray. The moment you start responding to every criticism, you're engaging in a battle you can't win. You're descending from dignified silence into petty squabbles. You're giving your critics exactly what they want, a reaction. Kate understood this instinctively or learned it quickly. When the tabloids called her Weighty Katie for dating William for so long without an engagement, she ignored it. When they criticised her for not working enough, she ignored it. When they said cruel things about her family, she ignored it. And eventually the criticism lost power because she refused to feed it. Meghan couldn't do this. Every attack felt personal. Every criticism felt like an injustice that needed correcting. And Harry, traumatised by what had happened to his mother, supported Meghan's instinct to fight back, rather than understanding why the palace approach might actually be strategically smarter. Here's another revealing example. According to Robert Lacey's book, Battle of Brothers, there were conflict over whether Meghan and Harry should be allowed to form their own charitable foundation, separate from the joint foundation they shared with William and Kate. Meghan wanted independence. She wanted to build something that was uniquely hers and Harry's, with their own mission and their own approach. The palace was reluctant because having 4 different foundations, Charles has his own, William and Kate have theirs, Harry and Meghan would have theirs, and there's the overall royal foundation, creates confusion for the public and potential competition for donors. There's also the issue of hierarchy. William is the future king, Harry is not. Having them appear as equals with equally prominent platforms undermines the fundamental structure of the monarchy. From an American perspective, Meghan's desire for her own foundation makes total sense. Why shouldn't she and Harry have their own charitable identity? They're adults, they're capable, they have their own vision. From a British royal perspective, Meghan's desire threatens the entire hierarchical structure that keeps the monarchy functioning. You can't have the spare heir competing with the heir apparent for prominence and attention. The palace eventually approved a separate foundation for Harry and Meghan, probably hoping it would satisfy them, but it didn't, because the underlying issue wasn't really about the foundation. It was about Meghan's entire conception of what her role should be. And this is where we need to talk about something uncomfortable. Meghan's relationship with fame and celebrity. Meghan had spent years working to become famous. She'd built a personal brand carefully and deliberately. She understood the value of visibility, of media attention, of being recognizable. In Hollywood, fame is currency. It's how you get better roles, bigger deals, more influence. Fame is the goal. But in the British monarchy, fame is a byproduct of duty, not the goal itself. You become famous because you're serving the crown, not because you're promoting yourself. And critically, you're supposed to act like the fame is a burden you're gracefully bearing, not something you're actively cultivating. According to multiple sources cited in various royal biographies, palace staff became increasingly concerned that Meghan seemed more interested in building her own brand than in serving the institution. The way she dressed, always impeccably fashionable, often in expensive designer outfits, seemed more suited to building a personal fashion brand than to the understated elegance expected of royals. The way she touched her hair in photos, the way she posed, the way she held Harry's hand constantly in public. These were calculated choices that great for her personal image, but that broke royal protocol. Now you might think, so what? Who cares about these petty rules? And that's a very American response. But understanding why these things matter to the British establishment is important. The British monarchy isn't about individuals, it's about the institution. You're supposed to subordinate your individual identity to your role as a representative of something larger than yourself. When you draw attention to yourself as an individual, when you become more famous than the institution you represent, you undermine the entire premise of hereditary monarchy. Diana understood this, and she weaponized it brilliantly. She made herself more famous than the institution, and she used that fame to fight back when the institution failed her. But she also paid a terrible price for it, and her strategy ultimately contributed to her isolation and, arguably, to her death. Meghan seemed to be following the Diana playbook without understanding that Diana's story ended in tragedy. Or maybe she thought she could do it better, that she and Harry could succeed where Diana had failed. Let me share something that I think really illustrates the culture clash. According to Tom Bower's book, there was an incident in Fiji during the October 2018 tour where Meghan wanted to give a speech about female empowerment. The palace had initially planned for Harry to give the speech, but Meghan felt strongly that she should be the one to speak about women's issues. This seems completely reasonable from an American perspective. Meghan was a UN women's advocate. She'd spoken about feminism for years. She was articulate and passionate about the subject. Of course, she should give the speech. But from the palace's perspective, this created complications. The tour was a royal tour representing the Queen. Harry is a blood royal, Meghan is not. Having Meghan take a prominent speaking role over Harry upset the hierarchy. There were also diplomatic sensitivities. Some of the content Meghan wanted to include was more political than the palace thought appropriate. They eventually compromised, and Meghan gave a version of her speech. But the incident created tensions because from Meghan's perspective, the palace was limiting her voice and her impact. From the palace's perspective, Meghan was refusing to understand or respect the protocols that govern royal behaviour. Multiply this kind of conflict across hundreds of events and decisions over 2 years, and you start to understand why the relationship deteriorated so rapidly. But here's what makes this particularly tragic. Some of Meghan's instincts were correct. The monarchy does need to modernise. It is too hierarchical, too rigid, too disconnected from contemporary values. Meghan's ideas about being more direct with the public, about engaging more authentically, about talking about mental health and social issues, these aren't bad ideas. In many ways, they're necessary adaptations if the monarchy wants to remain relevant. But institutions don't change just because someone shows up and says they should. Change in institutions happens slowly, through building trust, through proving your commitment to the institution's core values while gently pushing boundaries, through strategic patience. Kate understood this. She spent 10 years proving her loyalty before she even got married. She spent her first 5 years as a royal doing exactly what was asked of her without complaint. She built trust. And now, more than a decade in, she's actually starting to push boundaries in small ways, talking more openly about mental health, being more relaxed in public, slowly modernizing the image of the royal family. She's succeeding in changing the institution because she first demonstrated that she respected it. Meghan tried to change everything immediately, and the institution's response was to close ranks and push back. Not because they hated her personally, but because that's what institutions do when they feel threatened. There's a concept in organizational psychology called normative isomorphism. It's basically the idea that institutions pressure their members to conform to established norms, and they punish deviation. The British monarchy is one of the most normatively isomorphic institutions on earth. It has survived for over 1,000 years by resisting change, by enforcing conformity, by valuing tradition over innovation. Meghan was never going to win a fight against that. Nobody could. Edward VIII couldn't. Diana couldn't. And Meghan, with less than 2 years in the institution, and relatively little public sympathy compared to Diana, certainly couldn't. But Meghan and Harry didn't see it that way. From their perspective, they were trying to serve, trying to contribute, trying to make the monarchy better, and the institution kept putting up roadblocks, kept saying no, kept making them feel unwelcome and unsupported. Who's right? Honestly, I think both sides have legitimate grievances. The palace was inflexible and probably did fail to support Meghan in ways they should have, but Meghan was also impatient, unwilling to accept guidance, and perhaps more interested in building her own brand than in serving the institution. And caught in the middle was Harry, who loved his wife and believed her when she said she was suffering, but who also had his own decades of resentment toward the institution that he'd been suppressing. Meghan's struggles became the match that lit Harry's long simmering anger at the royal family. By late 2019, Harry and Meghan weren't just unhappy, they were actively planning their exit. They were having secret meetings with advisors about how they could become financially independent while still being royal. They were looking at Canada as a potential base. They were building a strategy for what would eventually be called Megxit, and in January 2020, they dropped a bomb that would shake the monarchy to its core and create a rift that, 3 years later, still hasn't healed. They announced they were stepping back as senior royals, and they did it without asking permission first. That decision, and everything that followed, would prove that sometimes the biggest threat to a fairy tale isn't external pressure, it's the collision of incompatible dreams. Let's go there now, to the moment everything broke, to the frantic negotiations, the angry phone calls, the final decisions that would send Harry and Meghan into exile and set up the most explosive royal interview since Diana sat down with Martin Bashir. The breaking point is here. January 8th, 2020, 6:30 p.m. British time. Buckingham Palace is having a normal Wednesday evening, or at least it was, until someone on the communications team checked the Sussex Royal Instagram account and saw a post that made their blood run cold. Harry and Meghan had just announced to the world that they were stepping back as senior members of the royal family. Not stepping back after discussion, not stepping back with the Queen's blessing, just stepping back. Period. Done. And the palace found out the same way the rest of us did, by reading it on social media. Can you imagine the level of disrespect that represents, or depending on your perspective, the level of desperation that would drive someone to do something like that? According to Robert Lacey's book Battle of Brothers, the palace went into absolute crisis mode. The Queen was reportedly hurt and disappointed. Prince Charles was furious. Prince William felt betrayed. Because here's the thing, Harry and Meghan had been in discussions with the family about their future role. There were meetings scheduled. There was a process. But Harry and Meghan decided they were done waiting for permission and just announced it. The statement they posted was carefully worded but essentially said they wanted to become financially independent while still supporting the Queen, split their time between the UK and North America, and continue their royal duties on their own terms. It was asking for something that had never existed before, part-time royalty, and the palace's response once they recovered from the shock was essentially, absolutely not. Here's why their proposal was never going to work, and understanding this is crucial. The British monarchy functions on the principle that you're either in or you're out. You're either a working royal who represents the Queen and lives according to all the protocols and restrictions that entails, or you're a private citizen who can do whatever you want but has no official role. There's no middle ground, because a middle ground would be impossible to manage. If Harry and Meghan could be half in, half out, doing some royal duties but also making their own money, where's the line? Can they do commercial endorsements? Can they give paid speeches? Can they write books about their royal experiences? Can they make Netflix documentaries about their lives? Every single one of these activities would create conflicts of interest and make it appear that they're trading on their royal status for personal profit. The palace understood this immediately, but Harry and Meghan either didn't understand it or didn't care. According to Tom Bower's reporting in Revenge, they'd already been in discussions with various entertainment and commercial entities about potential deals. They had plans. They'd been preparing for this moment for months. What followed was 10 days of frantic, often angry negotiations. According to multiple sources, including Valentine Lowe and Robert Jobson, there was a meeting at Sandringham on January 13th, 2020. The Queen, Charles, William and Harry. Meghan participated by phone from Canada, where she had already fled with baby Archie. The meeting did not go well. According to Lacey's sources, William was particularly angry, feeling that Harry had betrayed him and that Meghan had poisoned Harry against the family. Harry was defensive and protective of Meghan. Charles was trying to find a compromise, and the Queen was trying to hold the whole thing together while being deeply hurt by the public nature of Harry's rebellion. They couldn't reach an agreement in that one meeting, but the outlines of the final deal were becoming clear. Harry and Meghan would be out, completely out. No half measures, no special arrangements. They would lose their HRH titles in practice, though not technically. They would lose their royal patronages. They would receive no public funding, and they would have to repay the money spent on renovating their home, Frogmore Cottage, about £2.4 million. In exchange, they'd be free. Free to live where they wanted, free to make money how they wanted, free from the palace's control, but also free from the palace's protection and support. The official announcement came on January 18th, 2020. Harry and Meghan would step back from royal duties, would no longer use their HRH titles, would become financially independent. The statement was formal and diplomatic, but everyone could read between the lines. This was a divorce between Harry and the institution he'd been born into. Now here's where public opinion gets interesting. According to YouGov polling from January 2020, the British public was fairly split on who was at fault. About 45% sympathised with Harry and Meghan's desire for independence, while about 43% thought they were being selfish and irresponsible. Americans were more sympathetic. Around 58% supported their decision according to polls at the time, but the narrative was still relatively balanced at this point. Both sides had grievances. Both sides could claim some moral high ground. The palace seemed stuffy and unsupportive, but Harry and Meghan also seemed impulsive and disrespectful. Then COVID-19 happened and everything went quiet for a while. Harry and Meghan moved to California, first to Los Angeles, then to Montecito, a wealthy enclave near Santa Barbara. They bought a massive house for $14.65 million. They signed a deal with a speaking agency. They were building their new life. And then, in February 2021, Buckingham Palace made a final announcement. Harry and Meghan's departure would be permanent. They would lose all remaining royal patronages and honorary military appointments. This was the final definitive break. And Harry and Meghan's response? We can all live a life of service. Service is universal. That statement was seen by many as a petty dig at the royal family, implying that you don't need to be royal to serve, implying that they could serve better outside the institution than within it. The palace was reportedly not amused, but all of this, the departure, the negotiations, the tense statements, all of it was just the prelude. Because on March 7th, 2021, CBS aired an interview that would make everything that came before look like polite disagreement. Oprah Winfrey sat down with Harry and Meghan for a 2-hour primetime special that would be watched by 49.1 million viewers worldwide and would detonate whatever remaining bridges existed between the Sussexes and the royal family. Let me take you through the key claims Meghan and Harry made because they're important, they're controversial, and they're still being debated today. Claim 1. Meghan said she'd experienced suicidal thoughts during her pregnancy with Archie, and that when she went to the institution for help, she was told she couldn't seek therapy because it wouldn't be good for the institution. This is a devastating claim if true. It suggests that the palace valued its image over Meghan's mental health and safety. The palace's response, released after the interview, was carefully worded. The whole family is saddened to learn the full extent of how challenging the last few years have been for Harry and Meghan. The issues raised, particularly that of race, are concerning. While some recollections may vary, they are taken very seriously and will be addressed by the family privately. Notice what they did there. Some recollections may vary is diplomatic code for we dispute this version of events. But they didn't say specifically what they disputed, which left everything in a murky fog of he said, she said. Claim 2. This is the big one. Meghan said that before Archie was born, there were concerns and conversations about how dark his skin might be when he's born. She didn't name who said this. Harry confirmed that a conversation happened, but also refused to say who was involved, saying only that it wasn't the Queen or Prince Philip. This is an explosive accusation of racism at the heart of the royal family, and it's also maddeningly vague. What exactly was said? Was it an innocent question or a racist concern? Who said it? What was the context? We don't know because Harry and Meghan won't say. According to various royal experts, including Robert Jobson and Valentine Lowe, sources close to the family claim that what actually happened was a family member wondered aloud what Meghan and Harry's children might look like, given that they'd be biracial. This could be interpreted as innocent curiosity or as racial prejudice, depending on tone, context, and what exactly was said. But without knowing the specifics, we're left with this extremely serious accusation hanging in the air with no way to evaluate its validity. Was this genuine racism? Or was it a possibly insensitive but not malicious comment being reframed as something darker? We don't know. And I think Harry and Meghan wanted it that way. They wanted the moral weight of accusing the family of racism without having to provide specifics that could be contested. Claim 3. Meghan said that there was a conversation about not giving Archie a royal title or security, and she suggested this was because of his race. She said Kate made her cry over the flower girl dresses, not the other way around as had been reported. The title claim is complicated. According to royal protocol established in 1917 by King George V, only the children and grandchildren of the sovereign automatically get HRH titles and prince-princess designations. When Archie was born, he was a great-grandchild of the Queen, not a grandchild, so he wasn't automatically entitled to a title. This wasn't a special rule invented for him. It's how the system has always worked. However, Meghan's point was that there were discussions about potentially not giving Archie a title even when Charles became king, and Archie would become a grandchild of the sovereign. Was this racism, or was it part of Charles's long-stated plan to slim down the monarchy and limit who gets titles? Again, without knowing the exact conversations, we can't judge. Claim 4. Harry said his family literally cut me off financially in early 2020 and that he was using money left to him by his mother to support his family. This claim struck many people as out of touch. Harry had inherited millions from Diana, and millions more from the Queen Mother. He'd been given Frogmore Cottage. He'd been supported by the Duchy of Cornwall, his father's estate, for his entire adult life. For him to claim financial hardship seemed absurd to many observers. The palace's position, according to sources cited by Robert Jobson, was that Charles continued to support Harry financially well into 2020, even after the departure, and only stopped when it became clear Harry and Meghan were signing commercial deals worth millions of dollars. Claim 5. Harry said that both his father and his brother were trapped in the institution, that William couldn't leave even if he wanted to, and implied that his escape had somehow liberated him from a prison that his family members were still stuck in. This was seen by many as incredibly condescending and insulting to William, who has always taken his future role as king seriously and has never indicated he wants to escape. Now, how did the world respond to this interview? It depends largely on where you were sitting, literally and figuratively. In America, the response was largely sympathetic to Meghan and Harry. According to YouGov polling after the interview, about 32% of Americans had a positive view of Harry and Meghan's handling of their situation, while only 23% had a negative view. The racial element resonated strongly in America, especially in the wake of George Floyd's murder and the Black Lives Matter movement. Many Americans saw Meghan as a black woman being destroyed by a racist institution, and they supported her speaking out. In Britain, the response was more critical. According to similar polling, only about 32% of Britons were sympathetic to Harry and Meghan, while about 48% felt they had behaved inappropriately. Many Britons felt that Harry and Meghan had been disrespectful to the Queen, had made serious accusations without providing evidence, and had chosen to air private family matters in the most public way possible. The tabloid media in Britain went into overdrive attacking Meghan and defending the royal family. Piers Morgan, a British television presenter, said on air that he didn't believe Meghan's claims about suicidal thoughts. There was massive backlash to his comments, and he ended up leaving his show Good Morning Britain over the controversy. But here's what I found most interesting about the aftermath. Nothing actually changed. Meghan and Harry made explosive accusations. The palace said they'd address issues privately, and then nothing. No specific rebuttals to the claims. No further conversations reported. No reconciliation. Just silence and distance. Prince William, when asked by reporters days after the interview whether the royal family was racist, responded, "We're very much not a racist family." That was it. That was the only direct response any family member gave publicly. And here's where we need to talk about something uncomfortable. Did Meghan and Harry accomplish anything with that interview beyond damaging their relationships with their family? They certainly told their story. They certainly gained sympathy from many people, particularly in America. But did the British monarchy change because of their accusations? Not really. Did public funding for the monarchy decrease? No. Did the institution reflect on its practices and implement reforms? There's no evidence of that. What did happen is that Harry and Meghan positioned themselves as victims of a racist, unsupportive institution. This gave them moral authority and public sympathy that they could leverage for their commercial ventures. It also completely burned whatever bridges might have remained with Harry's family. Whether this was worth it depends entirely on your perspective. If you believe Meghan and Harry were genuinely abused by the institution and needed to speak out for their own healing and to warn others, then yes, the interview was necessary and brave. If you believe they were privileged people who couldn't handle the responsibilities that came with their privileges and wanted to play victim while cashing in on their royal connections, then no, the interview was selfish and destructive. I honestly think both things can be partially true. Meghan probably did struggle with mental health and probably didn't get adequate support, but the way she and Harry handled their departure and their public attacks on the family also seemed calculated to maximize their commercial value while minimizing accountability for their own choices. And here's what kills me. Diana's BBC interview in 1995 destroyed her relationship with the royal family, but at least she stayed in Britain and continued her charitable work until her death. She fought the institution, but she stayed engaged with the public she served. Harry and Meghan left, went to California, did one devastating interview, and then started signing commercial deals. The optics aren't great, so where does this leave us? Well, as of early 2024, Harry and Meghan have signed deals with Netflix and Spotify worth an estimated $100 million combined. They've released a documentary series. Harry has published a memoir. They're building a media empire based largely on their royal status while simultaneously claiming to be victims of that same royal institution. And that contradiction, wanting to be free of the monarchy while also profiting from your connection to it, that's what we need to examine next. Because the business model Harry and Meghan have created raises some really uncomfortable questions about authenticity, about exploitation, and about whether they're actually living the values they claim to represent. Let's dig into that now. Let's talk about money, because at the end of the day, that's what this whole thing has become about, hasn't it? Harry and Meghan left the royal family claiming they wanted privacy, wanted to protect their mental health, wanted to escape the toxic media environment, and then they immediately signed deals to produce content about themselves, their lives, their royal experiences, the very thing they claim they wanted privacy from. The contradiction is so glaring that it's actually kind of fascinating, and understanding how they've monetized their royal connections while simultaneously claiming to be victims of the royal institution is essential to understanding why public opinion on them has shifted so dramatically. So let's follow the money, shall we? September 2020. Just months after officially leaving royal duties, Harry and Meghan signed a deal with Netflix. The reported value? Between $100 and $150 million over 5 years. That's generational wealth. That's never have to work again money. And what were they promising Netflix in exchange? According to the announcement from Netflix's Chief Content Officer Ted Sarandos, they would produce content that informs but also gives hope, including documentaries, docu-series, feature films, scripted television, and children's programming. Sounds great, right? Uplifting content that makes the world better. Except here's what they actually delivered. December 2020. They released Harry and Meghan, an African journey through another production company, which was actually filmed before they left the royal family. It was fine. Nothing groundbreaking, but solid documentary work about conservation efforts. Then, silence for over 2 years. No scripted shows, no films, no children's programming. The only significant project was a documentary series about the Invictus Games called Heart of Invictus, which finally came out in August 2023 and was actually quite good, focusing on wounded veterans and their recovery through sport. But the big project, the one Netflix really wanted, came out in December 2022. Harry and Meghan, a 6-part documentary series about, well, Harry and Meghan. According to Netflix's own viewing data reported in The Hollywood Reporter, the first 3 episodes were watched for 81.55 million hours in their first week. The show was a massive hit. But here's the thing. It was essentially a 6-hour expansion of the Oprah interview, with more personal photos and videos, but making many of the same claims and arguments. It was beautifully produced, credit where it's due, but it was fundamentally about using their royal story to generate content and profit. The series showed private moments. Harry proposing, their wedding preparations, Meghan's baby shower, their son Archie as an infant. All the things they said they wanted to keep private. But now, with Netflix cameras rolling, suddenly privacy didn't matter as much as controlling the narrative and getting paid handsomely for it. Critics, including royal commentators like Richard Fitzwilliams and Kinsey Schofield, pointed out the obvious contradiction. You can't complain about media intrusion while literally inviting cameras into your most intimate moments and then selling that content globally. Supporters, meanwhile, argued that Harry and Meghan were simply taking control of their own story, rather than letting the tabloids define them. Both perspectives have merit, but the optics are undeniably problematic. Now let's talk about Spotify. In December 2020, the same time as the Netflix deal, Harry and Meghan signed an agreement with Spotify reportedly worth $25–30 million to produce podcasts through their production company Archewell Audio. And what did they deliver? One holiday special in December 2020. Then, nothing for nearly 2 years. Finally, in August 2022, Meghan launched Archetypes, a podcast where she interviewed famous women about stereotypes and labels. The show was actually pretty good. Meghan is an engaging interviewer, and guests like Serena Williams, Mariah Carey and Mindy Kaling made for interesting conversations. Archetypes ran for 12 episodes, and then in June 2023, Spotify and Archewell Audio mutually agreed to part ways, which is corporate speak for Spotify was not happy with what they were getting for their money. According to Bill Simmons, Spotify's head of podcast innovation and monetary, who spoke on the Bill Simmons podcast, Harry and Meghan were fucking grifters who didn't deliver on their promises. That's a pretty harsh assessment from someone who'd worked with them directly. Spotify had paid them millions up front and got basically one season of one podcast in return. Now Meghan's defenders pointed out that she'd actually produced a full season of quality content, that Spotify's criticism was sexist, and that male podcast hosts regularly get paid more for less. All fair points. But the fact remains, a $25,030 million deal for one season of podcasts is pretty terrible return on investment for Spotify. Then there's Harry's memoir, Spare, published in January 2023. And oh boy, this book. According to Penguin Random House, Spare sold 43 million copies in the US alone on its first day, making it the fastest-selling non-fiction book in history. Harry was paid in advance, reportedly in the $20 million range. The book is a lot. It's raw, it's honest, it's deeply personal. Harry talks about his drug use, his fights with William, his mental health struggles, losing his virginity to an older woman behind a pub, killing 25 Taliban fighters during his military service, getting frostbite on his penis at William's wedding. I'm not making this up. These are all things in the book. Some of it is genuinely moving. Harry's descriptions of his grief over Diana, his struggles with anxiety and anger, his feelings of being the spare rather than the heir, there's real pain there, and he articulates it well, but some of it is just bizarre. According to excerpts reported in multiple outlets before the book's release, Harry describes a physical fight with William, where William allegedly grabbed Harry by the collar, ripped his necklace, and knocked him to the floor into a dog bowl. He describes family members and palace staff in unflattering ways. He shares private conversations without permission. He reveals that he and William begged their father not to marry Camilla. The book positioned Harry as a victim of his family, of the media, of the institution, but it also made him look petty, whiny, and privileged. Critics had a field day. Even some of Harry's previous supporters started to question whether he'd gone too far. Here's the fundamental problem. Harry complains that his family won't talk to him, that they've cut him off, that they don't understand him. And then he publishes a book revealing private family conversations and arguments. Who would ever trust him with a private conversation again? According to royal biographer Robert Hardman, speaking to various media outlets, the royal family was shocked and disappointed by Spare. William was reportedly furious. Charles was deeply hurt. And any possibility of reconciliation, which had seemed possible after Prince Philip's funeral in 2021, was now completely dead. But here's what I find most interesting. The financial model Harry and Meghan have created. They've essentially turned their royal trauma into a business. Every interview, every documentary, every book, every podcast, it all mines their royal experiences for content. The worse the royal family looks, the more sympathetic Harry and Meghan appear, and the more valuable their story becomes. This is genius from a business perspective. They've created a perpetual content machine fueled by their own victimhood. But it's also incredibly cynical, because it means they have a vested interest in maintaining the conflict with the royal family. Reconciliation would be bad for business. Compare this to other royals who've left the institution. When Edward VIII abdicated in 1936, he and Wallis lived in exile but didn't constantly monetize their story. They gave some interviews over the years, wrote their memoirs eventually, but it wasn't their primary identity or income source. They were just living their lives. When Diana was separated from Charles and essentially pushed out of the royal family, she did give that explosive BBC interview. But she also continued her humanitarian work. She used her platform to highlight causes like AIDS awareness and landmine removal. Yes, she maintained her celebrity, but she was also genuinely trying to do good work beyond just talking about herself. Harry and Meghan talk constantly about wanting to make a difference, about supporting important causes, about service. And they've done some good work. The Invictus Games continue. They've supported various charities. They've spoken about important issues. But the vast majority of their public output has been about themselves, their struggles, their trauma, their story. According to data compiled by royal commentators and analysed in various outlets, including The Telegraph and Daily Mail, Harry and Meghan's charitable foundation, Archerwell, has raised less money and done fewer tangible projects than was initially promised. Much of their time and energy seems to go into media production about their own lives, rather than the charitable work they claimed would be their focus. Now, I want to be fair. Building a media career is not inherently wrong. Lots of celebrities monetize their life stories. The Kardashians have built an empire on it. Influencers do it every day. There's nothing morally wrong with telling your story and getting paid for it. But Harry and Meghan aren't just celebrities. They're people who claim their royal status caused them immense suffering and trauma. The dissonance between "the royal institution destroyed us" and "we're going to endlessly monetize our royal connection" is what bothers people. It's the same contradiction we saw with Wallis Simpson, actually. She claimed she never wanted Edward to abdicate, that she was devastated by becoming the most hated woman in the world. But she also spent decades dining out on her story, being photographed at glamorous events, maintaining her celebrity status as the woman who captured a king. She complained about her treatment while also clearly enjoying the notoriety. Meghan and Harry are doing something similar, but in the modern media landscape where the monetization possibilities are vastly greater. They're not just famous, they're a brand, and that brand is built on their royal trauma. Here's a question I want you to think about. At what point does telling your truth become exploiting your trauma? At what point does sharing your story become performing your pain for profit? I don't have a clear answer, but I do know that public opinion has shifted significantly. According to YouGov polling from late 2023, Harry's favourability ratings in Britain had dropped to historic lows. Only about 24% of Britons viewed him positively, compared to around 60% before he left the royal family. Meghan's ratings were even lower, around 21% positive. Even in America, where they'd initially found strong support, the numbers were declining. According to Newsweek's polling by mid-2023, more Americans had an unfavourable view of Harry and Meghan than a favourable one. What happened? I think it's fatigue. People are tired of the victim narrative. They're tired of Harry and Meghan complaining about their difficult lives from their $14 million mansion in Montecito. They're tired of the contradictions, wanting privacy while courting publicity, wanting independence while trading on royal connections, claiming to value service while primarily serving themselves. There's also a broader cultural backlash happening against what some people call victim culture, or trauma Olympics. This idea that whoever has suffered most has the most moral authority. Harry and Meghan have positioned themselves as the ultimate victims of royal life. But people are starting to ask, are they really? Or are they just two very privileged people who couldn't handle the responsibilities that came with their privilege? Compare them to Kate and William, who keep showing up, doing their duties, supporting causes, never complaining, never defending themselves against attacks. Or compare them to other royals like Princess Anne, who's been working tirelessly for decades with no drama, no tell-all books, no Netflix specials. The contrast makes Harry and Meghan look self-absorbed. But here's what I keep coming back to. Maybe Harry and Meghan are genuinely traumatized. Maybe the institution did fail them in ways we don't fully understand. Maybe their need to tell their story, to be heard, to have their pain acknowledged is legitimate and necessary for their healing. But if that's true, the constant monetization of that pain feels exploitative. Not of the royal family, but of themselves. They're turning their trauma into content, their therapy into entertainment, their private pain into public performance. And I wonder if that's actually healing for them, or if it's keeping them stuck in a victim identity that prevents them from moving forward. Because here's the thing, 3 years after leaving the royal family, Harry and Meghan are still primarily defined by their relationship to the institution they left. Their entire brand is built on being ex-royals who suffered at the hands of the monarchy. They haven't built a compelling identity independent of their royal past, and that feels like a kind of prison they've created for themselves. So what happens next? Can Harry and Meghan evolve beyond the victim narrative? Can they build something meaningful that isn't based on rehashing their royal trauma? Or will they be stuck in this cycle forever, making content about how the monarchy hurt them while depending on their royal connection for relevance? And there's an even bigger question we need to address, one that's been simmering underneath this entire conversation: the race issue. Because Meghan's supporters say that criticism of her is rooted in racism, while her critics say that she's using race as a shield against legitimate criticism. This is a deeply complex, deeply fraught issue that we need to examine carefully and honestly. Let's go there now, because understanding the role race played in Meghan's story is crucial to understanding the full picture. Okay, deep breath. We're about to wade into one of the most controversial, most divisive aspects of this entire story. And I need you to come with me into this with an open mind, because the race issue surrounding Meghan Markle is incredibly complex. There's real racism, there's also strategic manipulation, there's legitimate grievance, there's also deflection from valid criticism. All of these things exist simultaneously, and our inability to hold multiple truths at once is part of why this conversation has become so toxic. So let's try to be nuanced, shall we? Let's look at the evidence, acknowledge the complexity, and resist the temptation to make this a simple story of good versus evil. First, let's establish something unequivocally. Meghan Markle faced racism. This is not debatable. The racism was real, it was documented, and it was vile. From the moment her relationship with Harry became public in 2016, Meghan was subjected to racist abuse online and in certain media outlets. According to research by the Anti-Defamation League and reported by multiple news organisations including The Guardian, Meghan was targeted by coordinated harassment campaigns on Twitter that included racial slurs, monkey emojis, and explicit racist content. Some British tabloid headlines were shockingly inappropriate. The Daily Mail ran a piece about Meghan that included the phrase, "almost straight outta Compton," referring to the Los Angeles neighborhood in a way that played on racial stereotypes. Another headline described her as exotic. Trevor Phillips, former chair of the UK's Equality and Human Rights Commission, analysed media coverage for Channel 4 and concluded that there were clear racial undertones in how Meghan was portrayed compared to how Kate was portrayed. Here's a concrete example that's been extensively documented. In 2019, a BBC Radio 5 presenter, Danny Baker, posted an image of a chimpanzee in a suit leaving a hospital with the caption, "About the royal baby." He claimed it wasn't meant to be racist, but given centuries of racist imagery comparing black people to monkeys, the offence was obvious and undeniable. Baker was fired, which was appropriate, but the fact that someone in his position thought this was acceptable to post reveals something disturbing about casual racism in British media culture. Harry's 2016 statement defending Meghan specifically mentioned the racial undertones of comment pieces and outright sexism and racism of social media trolls. This wasn't Meghan complaining. This was Harry, who'd grown up in that environment, recognizing that what Meghan was experiencing was different and worse than what other royal girlfriends had faced. So anyone who says Meghan didn't experience racism is either willfully blind or lying. The racism was real, but, and this is where it gets complicated, the question isn't whether Meghan experienced racism. The question is, to what extent was racism the primary driver of negative coverage versus other factors, And to what extent has Meghan used accusations of racism to deflect from legitimate criticism? Let's look at the data. BuzzFeed News conducted an analysis comparing headlines about Kate Middleton and Meghan Markle doing similar activities. The findings, published by journalist Ellie Hall, showed clear double standards. When Kate held her baby bump, headlines called it tender and maternal. When Meghan held her baby bump in a similar way, headlines called it vain, attention-seeking, and staged. When Kate ate avocados, the Daily Mail praised them as the perfect pregnancy superfood. When Meghan ate avocados, a different Daily Mail article called them responsible for drought and murder. I'm not exaggerating. You can look these up. The same publication, different standards for different women. This suggests bias. But is it racial bias specifically? Or is it just the British tabloid machine doing what it always does, building someone up to tear them down? Because the British press has always been brutal to royal women. They destroyed Sarah Ferguson. They drove Diana to desperation. They called Kate Waity Katie and mocked her family as social climbers. The press is an equal opportunity destroyer. Here's where I think the truth lies. Meghan faced a combination of normal, brutal British tabloid treatment plus an extra layer of racism. It wasn't all racism, but the racism made the normal brutality worse and added dimensions that Kate never had to deal with. But Meghan and Harry's strategy has been to attribute almost all negative coverage to racism, which simply isn't accurate and makes it harder to address the real racism because it's mixed in with legitimate criticism. Let's talk about specific examples where the race card has been played inappropriately. Example 1, the Archie skin colour conversation. In the Oprah interview, Meghan said there were concerns and conversations about how dark his skin might be. This is a devastating accusation, but Meghan and Harry have refused to provide any details. Who said it? What exactly was said? What was the context? Without details, we can't evaluate the claim. Subsequently, in interviews and in his book Spare, Harry has somewhat walked back the claim. According to excerpts reported in multiple outlets, Harry wrote that the comment was made by one family member, and it was more about unconscious bias than overt racism. He also clarified it wasn't meant to be offensive, just thoughtless. So which is it? Was it a racist concern about Archie being too dark to be a proper royal? Or was it an awkward, thoughtless comment about what a biracial baby might look like? These are very different things. By making the accusation vaguely but refusing to provide specifics, Meghan and Harry got the moral weight of accusing the royal family of racism without having to defend a specific claim that could be contested. That feels strategic rather than honest. Example 2. The title and security issue. Meghan suggested in the Oprah interview that Archie was denied a title because of his race. But as we discussed earlier, Archie wasn't entitled to a title under the 1917 rules established by King George V. This wasn't a special rule created for him. It's literally just how the system works. When Charles becomes king, Archie will automatically become eligible for the title of prince. This was always the case, but Meghan framed it as racism, which either means she genuinely didn't understand the rules, which seems unlikely given how much palace staff would have explained protocol to her, or she was deliberately misrepresenting the situation to support her narrative. According to royal expert Hugo Vickers, speaking to various media outlets, palace officials tried repeatedly to explain the title rules to Meghan and Harry, but they either didn't believe the explanations or chose to interpret them as excuses for racist discrimination. Example 3. Treatment by the media. There's absolutely no question that some of Meghan's coverage was racially tinged, but some of it was also legitimate criticism that would have been directed at anyone who behaved the way she did. When Meghan closed her own car door at an event, something royals don't typically do because there are staff whose job it is to do that. The media coverage was mixed. Some outlets praised her as down to earth. Others criticised her for not following protocol. Meghan's supporters called the criticism racist. But would Kate have been criticised for the same thing? Probably yes, actually, because it's a break with protocol. When Meghan's expensive wardrobe costs were reported, she reportedly spent $500,000 on clothes in her first year as a royal, according to analysis by UFO No More. The criticism was about taxpayer money funding lavish spending. Meghan's supporters called this racism, but Kate has also been criticised when her outfits are too expensive and praised when she rewears clothes. This seems like consistent application of criticism for excessive spending, not racism. The problem is that Meghan and her supporters have labelled almost all criticism as racism, which makes it impossible to have legitimate discussions about her behaviour, her choices, or her approach to royal life. If any criticism equals racism, then she's immune from accountability. That's not fair, and it's not honest. Let me give you a counterexample. Princess Angela of Liechtenstein, whom we discussed earlier. She's a black woman who married into European royalty. She faced some initial skepticism and probably some racist attitudes, but she approached the role with humility, learned the language and culture, worked hard to prove herself and gradually won people over. She didn't label all criticism as racism. She distinguished between genuine prejudice, which she called out, and legitimate feedback, which she incorporated. Meghan's approach was different. From very early on, any pushback she received was framed as racism or persecution. This made collaboration impossible because palace staff were afraid that any guidance they offered would be labelled as racist obstruction. According to Valentine Lowe's reporting in Courtiers, multiple palace staff members, including people of colour, tried to help Meghan navigate royal protocols and were frustrated when their advice was dismissed or when they were accused of being unsupportive. One staff member of colour reportedly said, "It wasn't about race. It was about Meghan wanting to do things her way and not accepting that there are reasons the protocols exist." Now, here's the really tricky part. Unconscious bias is real and pervasive. It's entirely possible that some of the resistance Meghan faced was rooted in unconscious racial bias that the people exhibiting it weren't even aware of. People might have been more quick to dismiss her ideas, more likely to see her confidence as arrogance, more inclined to view her as an outsider, all because of unconscious associations they had about race. Research in social psychology, including work by scholars like Dr. Jennifer Eberhard, documented in her book, Biased, Uncovering the Hidden Prejudice That Shapes What We See, Think and Do, shows that unconscious bias affects everyone, even people who consciously reject racism. So it's entirely plausible that Meghan faced unconscious bias from people who would have been horrified to be called racist. But here's the question. Is unconscious bias the same as institutional racism? Is it the same as the royal family being racist as Meghan and Harry have suggested? I don't think so. Unconscious bias is a human failing that requires self-awareness and effort to overcome. Institutional racism is a systemic problem that requires structural change. By conflating the two, Meghan and Harry have made an accusation that's both too broad, labelling the entire institution as racist, and too vague, not specifying what actual racist policies or practices need to change. Let me be really clear about my position. I think Meghan faced real racism from media and social media trolls. I think she probably faced unconscious bias from some palace staff and possibly some family members. I don't think the British royal family as an institution is systemically racist in the way Meghan and Harry have implied. But here's what makes me most uncomfortable about how this has played out. Meghan and Harry have weaponized accusations of racism in ways that make it harder to address actual racism. When you cry racism about things that aren't actually racist, like following established protocols about titles, people become skeptical about your claims of real racism. When you refuse to provide specifics about racist incidents, people can't address the actual problem. When you label all criticism as racism, you make it impossible for anyone to give you legitimate feedback. This doesn't just hurt Meghan and Harry's credibility, it hurts the broader conversation about race and racism. Because now, whenever someone says that's racist, there's a segment of the population that immediately thinks, are they pulling a Meghan? That's damaging to everyone who experiences real racism and tries to call it out. Here's what I wish had happened. I wish Meghan and Harry had been specific about instances of racism. This person said this specific thing, and it was racist. Give names, give quotes, give context. Make specific accusations that can be addressed. If there are racist policies or practices in the palace, name them specifically. If certain staff members exhibited racist behaviour, report them through proper channels and then, if nothing is done, go public with specifics. Instead, they made broad, vague accusations that painted the entire institution as racist without providing the evidence needed to create actual change. This feels less like a genuine attempt to combat racism and more like a strategic use of racism accusations to win public sympathy and justify their departure. And that's cynical. It's using real racial pain, both their own and the broader societal pain around racism, as a weapon in a personal conflict. That's not okay. But I also want to acknowledge, maybe they couldn't be specific. Maybe there were legal reasons or privacy concerns. Maybe the racism they experienced was so woven into everyday interactions, microaggressions, tone, assumptions, that it's hard to point to specific incidents. Racism often works that way. It's death by 1,000 cuts, not one dramatic incident. If that's the case, I have sympathy. But if that's the case, then the solution is patient education and gradual culture change, not nuclear war via Oprah interview. So where does this leave us? I think reasonable people can look at the same evidence and come to different conclusions. Some people will see Meghan as a victim of racism who bravely spoke out. Others will see her as someone who strategically used race to deflect criticism. And both interpretations have some evidence to support them. What I know for certain is this. The race issue has made it nearly impossible to have honest conversations about Meghan and Harry's story. Any criticism of Meghan gets labelled as racism by her supporters. Any acknowledgement of racism gets dismissed as playing the race card by her critics. We're stuck in tribal camps shouting at each other instead of honestly grappling with a complex situation. And in the middle of all this tribalism, in the middle of these competing narratives and strategic accusations, there's a real person who's been through real pain. Harry, a man who lost his mother, who struggled with mental health, who fell in love with a woman who didn't fit the mold, and who's now alienated from his entire family. Whatever you think about Meghan, whatever you think about the race issue, Harry's story is genuinely tragic. And understanding what's happened to him, how he got from beloved prince to exile, from close brotherhood with William to estrangement, that's what we need to explore next. Because Harry's transformation is the most heartbreaking part of this entire saga. There's a photograph I want you to think about. It's from 1997. Two young boys, ages 15 and 12, walking behind their mother's coffin while the entire world watches. Their faces are stoic, their posture rigid, their grief forced into a public performance. The younger boy, Harry, looks absolutely shattered, but is trying desperately to hold it together. And in that moment, something broke inside him that would take decades to fully manifest. everything that's happened with Harry, his relationship with Meghan, his departure from the royal family, his war with the British press, his estrangement from William, all of it traces back to that walk behind Diana's coffin. Harry has spent his entire adult life trying to process a trauma that happened when he was a child, and every choice he's made has been coloured by that unresolved grief. But here's the question that haunts this story. Did Meghan help Harry heal from his trauma? Or did she weaponize it for her own purposes? Or, and this is what I actually think is closest to the truth, did two damaged people find each other and create a folie à deux, a shared delusion where they reinforced each other's worst instincts and most destructive patterns? Let's trace Harry's journey, because understanding how the beloved spare heir became the exiled prince is essential to understanding this entire tragedy. Harry was always the fun one, right? The charming one, the mischievous one, the relatable one. According to biographer Penny Junor in her book Prince Harry, Brother, Soldier, Son, Harry was Diana's favourite. She called him my little Spencer because he had her colouring and, she thought, her temperament. William was more like Charles, serious, dutiful, aware from an early age of his destiny as future king. Harry was more free-spirited, more emotional, more in need of affection and approval. When Diana died, both boys were devastated, but they processed it differently. William, at 15, already had the Windsor ability to compartmentalise and carry on. He could put his grief in a box and focus on his duties. Harry, at 12, couldn't do that. According to his own later admissions in interviews with journalist Bryony Gordon and in his memoir Spare, Harry didn't cry at Diana's funeral. He felt nothing. He went numb, and he stayed numb for nearly 20 years. That numbness manifested as recklessness throughout his teens and 20s. The Nazi costume incident in 2005, the marijuana use that Charles had to address, the naked billiards in Las Vegas in 2012, the constant partying, the excessive drinking, the physical fights. According to Valentine Lowe's reporting in Courtiers, palace staff were constantly trying to manage Harry's behaviour and keep his more self-destructive impulses out of the press. But here's what's interesting. The public loved Harry for his wildness. He was the bad boy prince, the one who seemed real and human rather than stiff and formal. His approval ratings were consistently high. According to YouGov polling data from 2015-2016, Harry was one of the most popular members of the royal family, with favourability ratings around 75 to 80%. Then he joined the military, and everything changed. Harry served in the British Army for 10 years, including 2 tours in Afghanistan, according to his own accounts and confirmed by military colleagues interviewed by biographer Angela Levin for her book, Harry, Conversations with the Prince. The military gave Harry something he desperately needed, a sense of purpose, a meritocracy where he was judged on his performance rather than his birth, and an identity separate from being the spare. He was by all accounts a good soldier. He took his duties seriously. He was genuinely invested in supporting his fellow service members and veterans. The Invictus Games, which he founded in 2014 for wounded veterans, was meaningful work that came from a genuine place. This wasn't just royal charity work. This was something Harry actually cared about deeply. By 2015 to 2016, Harry seemed to have found his path. He was doing meaningful work with veterans. He was maturing. He'd had serious relationships that hadn't worked out, but he seemed okay. He was finding his place as the supporting character to William's lead role, and then he met Meghan. Now, here's where I need you to really think about timing and psychology. When Harry met Meghan in July 2016, he was 31 years old, and, according to friends quoted by Tom Bauer, desperate to settle down. He'd watched William marry Kate and start a family. He'd seen his cousins Peter Phillips and Zara Tindall create normal, happy lives despite their royal connections. Harry wanted that. A partner, a family, a sense of belonging. But Harry also had deep-seated issues with the institution that had, in his mind, failed his mother and forced him to walk behind her coffin while cameras captured his grief. According to his own later statements, Harry had unprocessed anger at the press, at the palace, at the system that he felt had killed Diana. He'd never properly dealt with this anger because dealing with it would mean confronting the family and institution he was part of. Enter Meghan. Beautiful, confident, accomplished, and, critically, completely outside the system. She wasn't British aristocracy. She hadn't been raised to defer to royal protocol. She was American, which meant she had different values around individualism, self-expression, and challenging authority. For Harry, Meghan must have seemed like salvation. She was someone who could understand his frustration with royal constraints, because she wasn't conditioned to accept them. She could validate his anger at the press because she was experiencing their cruelty firsthand. She could give him permission to do what he had probably wanted to do for years. Leave. But here's the uncomfortable truth. Meghan didn't just validate Harry's trauma, she amplified it. According to multiple sources cited by Robert Lacey in Battle of Brothers, people close to Harry noticed a change in him after he got together with Meghan. He became more defensive, more paranoid, more certain that everyone was against them. He started pulling away from old friends who expressed any concerns about the relationship. There's a particularly telling anecdote from Tom Bower's book. Apparently one of Harry's oldest friends, someone who'd been there for him through his wildest years, tried to gently suggest that Harry was moving too fast with Meghan, that maybe he should take more time to make sure they were compatible. Harry's response was to essentially cut this friend out of his life. The message was clear: you're either 100% supportive of Meghan, or you're the enemy. This is a pattern we see in Harry's memoir Spare as well. Anyone who questioned Meghan, William, Kate, palace staff, old friends, gets portrayed as unsupportive at best and actively malicious at worst. There's no nuance, no acknowledgement that people might have had legitimate concerns or were trying to help. It's all black and white. Meghan is perfect. Anyone who suggests otherwise is a villain. This kind of thinking is characteristic of what psychologists call enmeshment, where two people become so merged that they lose their individual identities and can't tolerate any outside input or criticism. According to Dr. Ramani Durvasula, a clinical psychologist who's commented on the relationship dynamics in various interviews, Harry and Meghan show signs of extreme enmeshment, where they've created an us-against-the-world mentality that reinforces their sense of persecution. Now let me be very clear. I'm not saying Meghan is abusive or that she's controlling Harry in some nefarious way. What I am saying is that two people with complementary wounds, Harry's unprocessed grief and anger at the institution, Meghan's need to be the heroine of her own story, and her inability to accept that she couldn't immediately revolutionize the monarchy, found each other and created a feedback loop that made both of their issues worse. Meghan told Harry that his family didn't appreciate him, didn't support him, didn't understand him. And Harry, who'd felt this way since Diana's death but had never fully acknowledged it, finally had permission to be angry. Someone was validating all his buried resentments. Harry told Meghan that the institution was impossible, that the press would never be fair to her, that she was being treated uniquely badly. And Meghan, who was struggling to adapt and receiving legitimate criticism for some of her choices, had permission to see herself as a victim rather than someone who needed to adjust her approach. They reinforced each other's worst interpretations of everything that happened. A staff member giving Meghan guidance about protocol became, the institution trying to control her. William expressing concerns about the relationship became William being jealous and unsupportive. The palace not immediately changing centuries-old rules to accommodate Meghan's preferences became institutional racism and cruelty, and critically, Harry began to rewrite his own history through Meghan's lens. Suddenly, everything that had happened to him his entire life was recast as victimization. His role as the spare wasn't just the reality of monarchy, it was his family deliberately making him feel less than. His difficult relationship with the press wasn't a shared burden that all royals carry. It was unique persecution aimed specifically at him. His military service wasn't valued. He was just being used by the institution. In Spare, Harry describes feeling like his family wanted to use his popularity to support William's reign, that he was valuable only as William's sidekick. And maybe there's some truth to that. The monarchy is fundamentally hierarchical, and yes, the spare's role is to support the heir. But that's not unique persecution of Harry. That's literally the definition of being the spare heir. It's the role Edward VIII's brother George VI played. It's the role Princess Margaret played for Queen Elizabeth. It's the role Princess Anne has played her entire life. But Harry, encouraged by Meghan, began to interpret this structural reality as personal victimization. And once you adopt a victim identity, everything confirms it. Every disappointment, every criticism, every boundary becomes evidence of how unfairly you're being treated. The tragedy is that Harry had actually found a good role for himself before Meghan. The Invictus Games, his veteran work, his mental health advocacy. He was carving out meaningful purpose within the constraints of being the spare. He was learning to be okay with supporting William while having his own sphere of influence. He was making it work. But Meghan couldn't accept a supporting role, and because Harry was enmeshed with Meghan, he suddenly couldn't accept it either. The role that had been good enough for him for 31 years suddenly became intolerable. Now here's where I need to address the Edward VIII comparison, because it's unavoidable. Both Edward and Harry were charming princes who gave up their royal roles for American women. Both felt constrained by royal duty. Both felt their families didn't understand them. Both portrayed their decisions as romantic, choosing love over crown. But Edward's abdication came from weakness. He didn't want the responsibility of being king. Harry's departure comes from anger. He wants to punish the institution that he feels failed his mother and failed Meghan. Edward ran away from duty. Harry is waging war against it. According to reporting by Robert Hardman and others, the late Queen Elizabeth II was acutely aware of the Edward VIII parallel and found it deeply troubling. She'd lived through the Abdication Crisis as a child. It thrust her father into a role he wasn't prepared for and contributed to his early death. She was determined not to let history repeat itself, but she also couldn't stop it. The saddest part of Harry's story is watching him destroy relationships that were once the most important things in his life. His relationship with William, his brother, his best friend, the only person who truly understood what it was like to be them, is now apparently beyond repair. According to Robert Lacey's exhaustive reporting, the brothers barely spoke after Harry's departure. When they did interact, at Prince Philip's funeral in 2021, at the Queen's funeral in 2022, it was stilted and cold. The publication of Spare in 2023, with its revelations about physical fights and private conversations, likely ended any possibility of reconciliation. Think about what Harry has given up: a close relationship with his brother, a relationship with his father, his military titles and patronages that he clearly cared about, his home country, his friends, his identity as a working royal, his place in the only family he's ever known. And what has he gained? Meghan, money, freedom from royal constraints, the ability to tell his story on his own terms, a new life in California. Was it worth it? Only Harry can answer that. But from the outside, it looks like an incredibly lonely existence. He and Meghan are isolated in their Montecito mansion with their 2 young children, largely cut off from their extended families, dependent on each other for validation and support, building an identity based primarily on being victims of the institution they left. Harry seems to have traded one form of imprisonment, the constraints of royal life, for another form of imprisonment, being trapped in a victim narrative that requires him to constantly relive and monetize his trauma to maintain his new identity and income stream. And the really heartbreaking part? Harry claims he's doing all of this for his children, to protect them from the fate that befell him and his mother. But what kind of legacy is he leaving them? A legacy of burned bridges, public family feuds, and a victim identity. Is that really better than what he escaped? I genuinely don't know. And I think that's what makes Harry's story so tragic. There's no clear right answer. Maybe he needed to leave. Maybe the institution was as toxic as he says. Maybe protecting Meghan and choosing his own family over his birth family was the right call. Or maybe he's made a terrible mistake that he'll come to regret, that he's thrown away something precious for something that looks appealing but is ultimately hollow. What I do know is this. Whether Meghan saved Harry or destroyed him depends entirely on your perspective, and understanding both perspectives is essential to understanding what happens next in this ongoing saga. Because the story isn't over, not even close. There are still battles to be fought, legacies to be established, and a question that haunts this entire narrative. Where will Harry and Meghan be in 10 years? Will they have built something meaningful beyond their royal trauma? Or will they still be defined entirely by what they left behind? Let's explore those questions now. History, as they say, is written by the victors. But what happens when there are no clear victors? What happens when you have 2 competing narratives, both being actively promoted, both with passionate supporters, both claiming to be the truth, and no definitive way to determine which version will survive in the historical record? That's exactly what we're witnessing with Harry and Meghan versus the British royal family. This isn't just a family feud anymore. It's a war over legacy, over how this story will be remembered 50 or 100 years from now, and both sides are fighting desperately to control that narrative because they understand that whoever wins the story wins history. Let's start with Meghan's version of events, because she and Harry have been extraordinarily aggressive and strategic about shaping their narrative. The Meghan and Harry story, as they tell it, goes like this. An intelligent, accomplished, independent American woman fell in love with a prince. She entered the British royal family with good intentions, wanting to serve and modernize the institution. But she faced relentless racism from the media and the public, inadequate support from the palace, and active hostility from some family members. When she asked for help with her deteriorating mental health, she was refused. When concerns were raised about her son's skin colour, the family showed their true racist colours. When she and Harry tried to find a compromise that would allow them to serve while protecting their mental health and safety, they were forced out. They had no choice but to leave, and now they're building a better life focused on service and raising their children away from a toxic institution. It's a compelling narrative. It has a clear villain, the racist, outdated monarchy. It has clear victims, Harry and Meghan, just trying to live their truth. It has a moral, institutions must change or be left behind. And it positions Harry and Meghan as brave truth-tellers who sacrificed everything to speak out. This narrative has been carefully constructed across multiple platforms. The Oprah interview established the broad strokes. The Harry and Meghan Netflix documentary filled in emotional details with carefully curated home videos and photos. Harry's memoir Spare provided the internal psychological journey. Friendly journalists like Omid Scobie, who wrote Finding Freedom and Endgame, have amplified and defended this narrative in print. And it's working, at least with certain audiences. According to polling data from various sources including YouGov and Morning Consult, younger people, Americans and people of colour are more likely to believe Meghan and Harry's version of events. They see a couple who spoke truth to power, who refused to accept institutional racism, who chose mental health and family over duty and tradition. But here's where it gets complicated. Meghan and Harry's narrative keeps shifting. Details change between tellings. Timelines get adjusted. Claims get walked back or recontextualized. And this pattern of revision undermines their credibility. Let me give you specific examples. In the Oprah interview, Meghan said she and Harry were married 3 days before the official ceremony in a private ceremony in their backyard by the Archbishop of Canterbury. This was presented as this intimate, meaningful moment that was just for them. But according to the Archbishop of Canterbury himself, Stephen Cottrell, speaking to Italian newspaper La Repubblica, that's not what happened. He clarified that what occurred was a rehearsal and exchange of personal vows, not a legal marriage. The legal marriage was the public ceremony. Meghan's description made it sound like the public ceremony was just for show, which wasn't true. Now, maybe Meghan genuinely misunderstood what that private moment was. Or maybe she was deliberately trying to diminish the royal wedding to make a point about authenticity versus performance. Either way, it's a factual inaccuracy in her narrative that makes people question what else might be inaccurate. Another example, the skin color conversation. Initially, in the Oprah interview, this was presented as multiple conversations with multiple people expressing concerns about Archie's skin color. Later, Harry clarified in interviews that it was one person, one comment, that was more about unconscious bias than overt racism. That's a significant walkback that changes the nature of the accusation. But many people still remember the initial, more dramatic version. The title issue is another one. Meghan suggested the palace changed rules to prevent Archie from being a prince because of racism. But the palace released a statement clarifying that no rules were changed. Archie simply wasn't entitled to the title under existing protocols until Charles became king. So was Meghan lying? Or did she genuinely not understand? The ambiguity is damaging to her credibility. According to media analyst Mark Borkowski, interviewed by The Telegraph, this pattern of inconsistencies is characteristic of what he calls narrative management, where the story is more important than strict factual accuracy. The goal isn't to present a completely accurate historical record. The goal is to create an emotionally compelling story that positions you as the hero or victim, and it's a strategy that works in the short term but can backfire in the long term as inconsistencies accumulate and people start to question the entire narrative. Now let's look at the palace's counter-narrative, which is much harder to pin down because the palace largely refuses to engage directly. Remember, never complain, never explain. But silence is also a narrative strategy. The palace's approach has been to stay above the fray, to continue doing their duties, to let their actions speak louder than words. And this approach has its own power. When Harry and Meghan were making explosive accusations on Oprah, William and Kate were visiting a school, meeting with teachers, doing the unglamorous work of royal duty without fanfare or complaint. When Spare was released with all its personal revelations, King Charles said nothing publicly and just continued his work. When Meghan was in California doing interviews about how the institution failed her, Princess Anne was doing 450-plus public engagements a year with 0 complaints. The contrast is deliberate and effective. The palace's narrative, expressed through actions rather than words, is essentially, these are serious people doing important work. That other stuff is just drama and distraction. According to royal historian Robert Lacey, speaking to various media outlets, this approach is classic royal strategy. The institution has survived for over 1,000 years by being patient, by outlasting their critics, by understanding that public opinion is fickle, but the crown endures. They're betting that Harry and Meghan's story will eventually become stale, that people will tire of the victim narrative, and that the monarchy's quiet dignity will win out in the end. But the palace hasn't been completely silent. They've used what royal correspondent Roya Nicker calls strategic leaks to friendly journalists to push back on specific claims without official statements. When Meghan claimed she received no help with her mental health, unnamed palace sources told journalists that she was offered access to mental health resources but declined them because she wanted to choose her own therapist outside the palace system, which wasn't possible due to security and confidentiality protocols. When the bullying allegations surfaced, the palace announced they would conduct an internal investigation, though the results have never been made public, which is itself a strategic choice. The message is, we take these allegations seriously enough to investigate, but we're not going to turn this into a public circus by releasing details. This approach has its strengths. It maintains dignity. It doesn't give oxygen to drama. It positions the monarchy as serious and above petty squabbles. But it also has weaknesses. It allows Meghan and Harry's version of events to dominate in the absence of a strong counter-narrative, and it makes the palace seem secretive and defensive. So we have these two competing narratives, and here's what's fascinating. Different groups of people believe completely different versions of what happened based on which narrative they've been exposed to, and which one aligns with their existing beliefs. If you primarily consume American media, social media accounts sympathetic to Meghan, and content produced by Harry and Meghan themselves, you believe they're victims of a racist institution who bravely spoke out. If you primarily consume British media, royal commentary from traditional royal experts, and palace-friendly journalism, you believe Harry and Meghan are privileged complainers who couldn't handle the responsibilities that came with their position and are now trashing the family for profit. And here's the really interesting part. Both groups have evidence to support their beliefs. Both narratives have truth in them. The question is which truths you emphasize and how you interpret ambiguous evidence. This is why the legacy war matters so much, because in 50 years, when historians write about this period, which version will predominate? Will Meghan be remembered as a brave woman who challenged institutional racism, or as a difficult American who couldn't adapt to royal life and manipulated a damaged prince? Will Harry be remembered as someone who protected his family the way his father failed to protect Diana? Or as someone who betrayed his family and country for money and celebrity? The answer will depend on what happens next, because legacy isn't determined by what you say about yourself. It's determined by what you do with your life after the drama dies down. And this is where Harry and Meghan face their biggest challenge. Right now, their entire identity and income stream is based on their royal past. But you can only dine out on that story for so long. Eventually, people want to see what you're building, not just what you left behind. According to brand expert Eric Schiffer, interviewed by Fox Business, Harry and Meghan are at a critical juncture. They've monetized their grievances successfully, but that well will eventually run dry. To have lasting relevance and a positive legacy, they need to build something meaningful that isn't about their royal trauma. But so far that hasn't happened. The Invictus Games continue, which is great, but that was Harry's project before Meghan. What have they built together that's genuinely new and impactful? The Archewell Foundation exists, but according to analysis of their tax filings by various outlets, including the New York Post, it's raised less money and done fewer tangible projects than comparable celebrity foundations. They talk about service, but most of their actual time seems to go into media production about themselves. They talk about privacy, but they've shared intimate details about their lives for profit. They talk about protecting their children, but they've made their children part of their public narrative and their Netflix content. The contradictions are stacking up, and legacy is built on consistency between what you say and what you do. Meanwhile, the monarchy is doing exactly what it's always done, carrying on. King Charles is settling into his role. William and Kate are preparing for their future as king and queen consort. The institution is evolving slowly. More diversity in staff, more openness about mental health, gradual modernization of protocols. But it's doing so without drama, without press releases, without congratulating itself. And here's the hard truth. The monarchy will probably be fine without Harry and Meghan. It survived far worse crises. It survived Edward VIII's abdication. It survived Diana's death and the initial public backlash. It survived the Andrew scandal. It will survive this. But will Harry and Meghan be fine without the monarchy? That's the real question. Because their entire brand is based on being royal. If that cachet fades, and celebrity is notoriously fickle, what do they have? So the legacy war continues. Harry and Meghan will keep telling their story, probably in new books, new documentaries, new interviews. The palace will keep doing their work and maintaining dignified silence. Supporters on both sides will keep arguing about who's right. And slowly, over years and decades, public opinion will shift and settle, and history will make its judgment. But that judgment won't just be based on who was right or wrong about what happened in 2018-2020. It will be based on what both sides do with the rest of their lives. It will be based on whether Harry and Meghan build something meaningful beyond their royal trauma. It will be based on whether the monarchy genuinely modernizes or just gives lip service to change. It will be based on how Archie and Lilibet grow up and what they eventually say about their parents' choices. The story isn't over, not even close. And that's what we need to talk about now. Not what's happened, but what's going to happen. Where will Harry and Meghan be in 5 years, in 10 years, in 50 years? What will their children think of all this? Can the monarchy survive in the modern world? And most importantly, what does this entire saga teach us about American women who try to enter European institutions, about the price of marrying into royalty, about the eternal conflict between individual freedom and institutional duty? Let's bring it all together. We've travelled a long road together, from the Gilded Age ballrooms where American heiresses traded their fortunes for European titles, through Wallis Simpson's constitutional crisis, past Grace Kelly's golden cage, beyond Diana's tragic rebellion, through Kate's strategic patience, and finally to Meghan and Harry's explosive exit and its ongoing aftermath. And now, after 15 parts and 3 hours together, we need to ask ourselves, what does it all mean? What have we learned? And if there's a next American woman who marries into European royalty, and there probably will be, what lessons should she take from the successes and failures we've witnessed? But more than that, what does this story teach us about ourselves, about power, about institutions, about the price we're willing to pay for love, status, and belonging? Let me start with the patterns because they're striking and they repeat with eerie consistency. Pattern 1. The institution never bends first. Not for Consuelo Vanderbilt in 1895, not for Wallis Simpson in 1936, not for Meghan Markle in 2020. The women who succeed are the ones who adapt to the institution, who prove their loyalty and commitment over years before attempting any changes. The women who fail are the ones who expect the institution to accommodate them immediately. Grace Kelly succeeded by completely erasing herself. Kate Middleton succeeded by spending 10 years proving her commitment before even getting married. The American women of the 1980s-90s who found happiness did so by genuinely embracing their adopted cultures while maintaining their identities privately, not publicly. Meghan tried to change the institution on her timeline, not theirs. She brought American expectations about meritocracy, efficiency, and responsiveness to an institution that operates on centuries-old protocols and glacial change. It was never going to work. Pattern 2. The media will always be brutal, especially to women. But how you respond determines whether you survive or get destroyed. Diana fought back and became beloved, but also became a target until her death. Grace stayed silent and was beloved but died inside. Kate stays silent and thrives. Meghan fought back and became increasingly controversial. There's no perfect answer here. But what's clear is that engaging with the tabloid media on their terms is a losing game. They're better at it than you are. They have more resources. They control the narrative. The only way to win is not to play, which Diana couldn't do, which Meghan couldn't do, but which Kate has mastered. Pattern 3. The spouse's support or lack thereof is crucial. When Edward VIII defended Wallis, she was protected, but they both became exiles. When Rainier controlled Grace, she suffered, but the marriage survived. When William supported Kate's slow integration, she thrived. When Harry defended Meghan against all criticism, they became isolated but remained united. The question is, what kind of support do you actually need? Do you need your spouse to fight all your battles, even when fighting makes things worse? Or do you need your spouse to help you adapt, even when adaptation feels like losing yourself? Pattern 4. You can't have it both ways. You can't be half in, half out. You can't demand privacy while selling your story. You can't claim to hate your royal status while monetizing it. You can't leave the institution but expect to keep all the benefits of membership. This is where Meghan and Harry have failed most spectacularly. They wanted the prestige of being royal without the restrictions. They wanted financial independence while keeping security funding. They wanted to tell their truth while maintaining relationships with the people they're criticizing. These are fundamentally contradictory goals, and the contradictions have undermined their credibility. Now let me talk specifically to that hypothetical next American woman who might marry into European royalty. Here's my advice, based on everything we've learned. First, go in with your eyes open. This is not a fairy tale. This is a job. A very demanding, very public, very restricted job that you will have for the rest of your life with no possibility of quitting. If you're not absolutely certain you can handle that, don't do it. No amount of love is worth being miserable for decades. Second, take your time. Kate waited 10 years. That's not an accident. You need time to understand the system, to prove your commitment, to build trust with the family and the institution. If your partner is rushing you, if they're pressuring you to marry quickly, that's a red flag. Someone who truly loves you will give you time to make an informed decision. Third, learn the language and culture fluently. Not just passably, fluently. Grace Kelly learned French. Princess Angela learned German. Every successful American to European royal has done the hard work of genuinely integrating into their adopted culture. If you're going to keep your American accent and American attitudes and American expectations, you're setting yourself up for constant conflict. Fourth, find mentors within the institution. Don't assume you know better than people who've been doing this for decades. Their advice might seem outdated or overly cautious, but it's based on experience you don't have. Listen, learn. Then, after you've proven yourself for years, you can start gently suggesting changes. Fifth, build an identity that's not entirely dependent on your royal status. Have genuine interests, genuine charitable commitments, genuine expertise in something. Don't let your entire identity be the princess, because if everything goes wrong and you end up leaving, you need to have something that's yours alone. Sixth, understand that privacy is not an option. Ever. The minute you marry into a major royal family, your life becomes public property. You can manage that reality gracefully, or you can fight it desperately, but you cannot change it. If you genuinely need privacy to be happy, this life is not for you. Seventh, your children will not be normal. They will grow up with security details, with public scrutiny, with expectations and burdens that regular children don't have. You can try to give them a normal childhood, but you can't actually succeed. If you can't accept that, don't have children in this context. Eighth, be very, very careful about who you trust. There will be people who want to use you for their own purposes, to advance their careers, to make money, to gain status. There will be people who seem like friends, but who will sell stories about you to tabloids. There will be people who claim to have your best interests at heart, but who are actually protecting the institution. Navigate these relationships with extreme caution. Ninth, know when to fold. If you've given it an honest try for several years and you're genuinely miserable, it's better to leave early than to spend decades in quiet desperation like Grace Kelly. But if you leave, do it with dignity. Don't burn bridges you might need later. Don't trash your ex-partner or their family publicly. Take responsibility for your part in what went wrong. And finally, 10th, ask yourself why you really want this. Is it because you genuinely love your partner and are willing to make enormous sacrifices to build a life with them? Or is it because you're attracted to the status, the wealth, the fantasy of being a princess? Because if it's the latter, I promise you, the reality will disappoint you. The only reason to take on this life is love, and even then, you need to be very clear-eyed about whether that love is worth what you're giving up. Now let me pull back and talk about the bigger lessons this entire saga teaches us. We're living through a fascinating moment in history, where old institutions are colliding with modern values. The British monarchy represents hierarchy, tradition, duty, continuity. Modern Western culture values individualism, authenticity, self-expression, flexibility. These values are fundamentally incompatible, and Harry and Meghan's story is what happens when they collide. The question facing not just the monarchy but all traditional institutions is, can you modernize enough to remain relevant without losing the essence of what makes you valuable? Can you adapt to contemporary expectations while maintaining historical continuity? The monarchy is trying to thread this needle. They're diversifying their staff. They're talking more openly about mental health. They're using social media more effectively, but they're doing it slowly, carefully, without fanfare. Because rapid change would threaten the fundamental nature of what monarchy is, an institution based on continuity and tradition. Meghan wanted rapid change. She wanted the monarchy to immediately become more diverse, more flexible, more responsive, more modern. And when it didn't, she saw that as failure and bigotry rather than as the natural conservatism of an ancient institution. Who's right? Both. Partially. The monarchy does need to modernize to survive, but institutions can't change at the pace individuals want them to. That tension is probably eternal. There's also a lesson here about victimhood and agency. Harry and Meghan have positioned themselves primarily as victims of racism, of institutional cruelty, of media harassment. And there's truth to all of those claims. They did face real challenges and real injustices. But victimhood, even when justified, is a trap. Because when you're a victim, you're powerless. Things are done to you. You don't do things. Your story is about what others did wrong, not about what you're building. The most successful people we've discussed, Kate, Princess Angela, even some of the original dollar princesses who made their marriages work, they didn't position themselves primarily as victims. They positioned themselves as agents. They had challenges, sure, but they focused on what they could control, how they could adapt, what they could build. Meghan and Harry have trapped themselves in a victim narrative that makes them permanently reactive rather than proactive. They're always responding to what the institution did to them, rather than creating something new. And until they break out of that narrative, they'll remain stuck. There's also a profound lesson about the difference between happiness and fulfillment. Grace Kelly probably wasn't happy in Monaco, but was her life meaningless? She did important work, raised children, preserved cultural heritage. Kate might not be expressing her authentic self in the way modern culture encourages, but she's fulfilling important duties and apparently finding satisfaction in that. Modern culture tells us that happiness and self-expression are the highest goods, that anything that constrains your individual freedom is oppressive. But is that actually true? Or is there value in duty, in service, in being part of something larger than yourself, even when it requires personal sacrifice? I don't know the answer, but I think the question is important. And finally, there's a lesson about love, because at the heart of all these stories, Wallis and Edward, Grace and Rainier, Diana and Charles, Kate and William, Meghan and Harry, is the question, what is love worth? What should you sacrifice for it? When does sacrifice become self-destruction? Edward VIII sacrificed his throne for love. Was it worth it? He and Wallis spent decades together, but were they happy? Grace sacrificed her career for love. Was it worth it? She had children and status, but she seemed perpetually sad. Diana sacrificed her dignity fighting for what? Love? Justice? Revenge? Harry is sacrificing his family relationships for love of Meghan. Is it worth it? Only time will tell. The romantic in us wants to say love conquers all, that choosing love over duty is always noble. But real life is more complicated. Sometimes love isn't enough. Sometimes the sacrifice is too great. Sometimes what we think is love is actually enmeshment or codependency or mutual destruction. I think the healthiest approach is what Kate and William seem to have. Love, yes, but also realistic expectations, compatible values, shared understanding of what the role requires, and patience. It's not as romantic as Edward and Wallis's love against the world story, but it works. It endures. It creates stability for the next generation. So where do we go from here? What happens next in the ongoing saga of Harry, Meghan and the monarchy? Honestly, I think the most likely outcome is that things stay largely as they are. Harry and Meghan will continue living in California, doing occasional media projects slowly fading from relevance as their royal story becomes old news. The monarchy will continue doing their work, with William and Kate as the steady future. The relationships will remain broken because neither side can back down without admitting fault, and both sides are too proud for that. In 20 years, Harry and Meghan will be a footnote in royal history, a cautionary tale about what happens when an American woman tries to change the monarchy on her own timeline. They won't be villains, but they won't be heroes either. They'll just be people who made choices that seemed right to them, but that history judges as misguided. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Harry and Meghan will build something genuinely meaningful. Maybe they'll use their platform to create lasting change in mental health advocacy, or media reform or racial justice. Maybe they'll prove that leaving was the right call, and that they couldn't have done this important work within the constraints of royal life. I hope so. I genuinely do. Because despite all the criticism I've levelled at their choices, I don't think Harry and Meghan are bad people. I think they're flawed people who made understandable mistakes in an impossible situation. I think they've been both victims and perpetrators, both right and wrong, both sympathetic and frustrating, just like all of us, really. So here we are, at the end of our journey together. We've examined over a century of American women entering European royalty. We've seen patterns repeat, we've seen lessons ignored, we've seen the same mistakes made over and over with minor variations. And what I hope you take away from this isn't a simple judgment about who was right and who was wrong. What I hope you take away is an appreciation for complexity, for the ways that good people can make bad choices, for how institutions and individuals can both be simultaneously right and wrong, for how love and duty and pride and trauma can all tangle together into something that defies simple narratives. The story of the modern dollar princesses, from Wallis to Meghan, is ultimately a story about the price of ambition, the cost of love, the weight of history, and the eternal tension between being true to yourself and adapting to the world around you. It's a story that's not finished yet, and it's a story that will keep repeating, in new forms with new characters, as long as there are ambitious Americans and ancient European institutions trying to find common ground. Thank you for taking this journey with me. Thank you for your patience through 3 hours of history, analysis, and storytelling. I hope it's given you something to think about, something to discuss, maybe something to argue about with your friends and family, and I'd love to hear from you. Having heard all of this, where do you stand? Are you Team Meghan or Team Monarchy? Or like me, do you find yourself somewhere in the complicated middle, seeing truth and failure on both sides? Leave your thoughts in the comments. Tell me what I got wrong, what I got right, what perspectives I missed. Tell me your own stories about navigating institutions, about cultural clashes, about the price of love or ambition. And if you've made it this far, if you've spent 3 hours listening to me talk about dollar princesses and royal drama, then please do me a favor, subscribe to this channel, hit that like button, share this video with someone who loves royal history or who's been following the Harry and Meghan saga. Let's keep this conversation going, because these stories matter, not just as entertainment or gossip, but as reflections of larger questions about how we navigate tradition and modernity, how we balance individual desires with collective responsibilities, how we decide what we're willing to sacrifice for love, status, or principle. Sleep well, wherever you are. Dream of ballrooms and palaces, of fairy tales and harsh realities, of Americans who dared to become royalty and discovered that crowns are far heavier than they appear. And remember, the price of the crown is always higher than you expect. The question is whether you're willing to pay it. Good night, D.